Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Shout out to Black Uru for the title. Miss Ann stole my white man. Wow. So I did not put the clip, and I will, of the interview of another black woman that Travis Kelce dated on some reality TV show years ago. And I mean, okay, it, that's it's just corny. That is a different video, right? That's not even kind of really worth our time, to be frank with you. It's so desperate and weird and cringy. I actually kind of don't want to cover that young lady. Um, wow. Okay. I don't even understand what the issue is with her outside of the Swifties, Taylor Swift. And for those of you, when you hear me say Swifties, I am referring to Taylor Swift's followers, right? They're I guess the Taylor Swift version of the Beehive, right? Yeah. So yawn. Anyway, mainly white girls and young white women who are followers of Taylor Swift. Yeah. Anyway, so Miss Nicole, right? And oh man, Kayla Nicole. We're gonna go through it. We're gonna play this, and then we're just gonna go through it. So let's y'all already know Mr. Z shoestring budget. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and we will be going through this. I hate to be recording. I think I'm recording on top of BGS right now, and BGS is also doing his thing. Shout out to BGS. Yeah. So while we're covering this, before we even get to the actual audio, we're covering this because Miss Nicole felt the need to sneak this black boys and black men, mainly black men, but you got to know there's some black boys who's also engaging in some of this conversation and this discourse online, right? And dear Miss Nicole, I don't know if you realize it, but black men and boys listen to a whole lot of rap and hip hop, so they know sneak dissing when they hear it, right? They know sneak dissing when they hear it. We know when you sneak dissing, Miss Nicole, and I know you know. So yeah, you were doing that on purpose. This was, dog whistle, right? So we'll get to it on the other side of this recording, but let's play this real quick. Hopefully, y'all can hear this. Y'all already know shoestring budget. Hopefully, it came out the right way. And let's go.
You're a black girl. They may call you a traitor for falling in love. You'll hope the ones closest will protect you, but you will quickly find out that people don't protect what they don't value. They'll say you're too much, too provocative, too boisterous, too outspoken, and in the same breath tell you that you're not enough, not successful enough, not wholesome enough, maybe not even intelligent enough. They'll say you deserve the backlash and embarrassment. Because of your blackness, you should have known better. They'll even try to tie your value to your net worth. But black girl, please remember your value lies elsewhere. Your value is deep within your heart, the way you love, the way you give. Your value is in your resilience, your willingness to forgive, the way you protect what means most to you, even if it hurts you along the way, and the way you stand up for what means most to you, even though they may not ever do the same. But black girl, respectfully, let me stop you there, because you don't have to participate in this tumultuous, often one-sided journey. Preserve your heart. Even when they try to quantify your character and test your boundaries, you do not have to engage. You do not have to respond, because there is power in your silence. And you can use that same power to silence the noise and the self-doubt. Silence the voices within that want you to give in to this demoralizing and antiquated narrative. Tap into that power. Because I know, girl, the rage of the world is loud. But black girl, your God is louder, and your tribe is stronger. Your blood runs deeper and is filled with strength, and when you finally find the strength to speak your truth, it is your voice that will help you. Because black girl, let me tell you, you're not in this alone. And even though sometimes I too ask, why me? I'm reminded that this isn't just about me. This isn't just my story, a singular experience. My truth trauma and vulnerability is a relatable part of the human experience. I know I'm not alone, and I want to make sure that you know you aren't either. On days where I feel most inadequate, I have to remind myself that I am, have been, and will always be more than enough. Look, we love, we hurt, we heal, but always remember that your story is yours to tell. And you never know whose life it may touch because there is so much power in community and connection. So, dear Black girl, when the world gets dark and times get hard, when you feel like your back is against the wall and your hands are tied like nobody knows or understands what it takes to be you, remember that you are a part of something way bigger. This is only a small chapter in your story. And if you need help, there are resources.
Yawn. I even go all with the therapy and community and yawn. Oh, okay, Miss Nicole. I see you. Yes, the Swifties are ripping y'all to shreds online. Once again, disclaimer, when y'all hear Mr. Z say Swifties, I'm talking about Taylor Swift's followers and, her people. Right? The Swifties are ripping them apart on social media, on these interwebs, right? This is Kayla Nicole apologizing for the embarrassment of white girls and women, Swifties, flaming Black girls and women on social media. After Black women and girls felt salty about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, right? Kayla and her supporters' real issue is that white girls and white women are getting a glimpse at how Black women are possessive around who they think belongs to them, especially a white man who has entertained a Black woman. Also, of course, there's the issue of the brothers, some Black men, on social media getting their 5 chuckles in. Kayla Nicole's real issue is how embarrassing it looks, right? Let's how embarrassing it looks, and let's make sure we get the framing right, right? Dear Kayla Nicole, your people started this. Black women who felt salty and who felt jealous, right? That Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce might be an item, right? They went in insulting the way, oh man, give me a second, y'all. Screen just went off. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. These women went on social media insulting the way Taylor Swift looks, saying that Travis Kelce downgraded, and all sorts of comments to the like. Your people started this. I see how you're attempting to reframe this, but your people started this, Miss Nicole. Right? So the attempt to reframe will fail. Y'all thought y'all were gonna go at white girls and white women as Taylor Swift. See, it would have been different if y'all waited until after Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce broke up, which, by the way, is most likely gonna happen. But you couldn't. Your people, whoever they are, the people that support you, the people that really wanted to see you and Travis Kelce get married and have your mixed children and sail out in the sunset somewhere. Right? Your people started with Taylor Swift and her people. Talking about the way now Mr. Z would much rather be next to a Kayla Nicole looking woman, clearly not her, than a Taylor Swift looking woman. But for your people to start going in on Taylor Swift and, oh, Travis Kelce downgraded. Travis Kelce's a white man being in a relationship with a white woman. Y'all got this world All the way messed up. All you young millennials and Gen Z who were mainly the ones with the discourse on the internet, and a shame on any one of you about 35 and older. All you black women who were 35 and older that might have been with the crap, shame on you. Grow up. But for all of you young millennial and Gen Z women, y'all got the world all the way messed up. Y'all been listening to way too much Chrissy, way too much Crystal and Kerosene, way too much Lexus Exit. All those people y'all listening to that got y'all heads all the way messed up about interracial relationships and what white men are like. White men been having sex with black women. We don't even got to go to slavery. White men been having sex with black women. All up and down the west coast of Africa. That ain't changed nothing. That's what white men do. White men been having sex with indigenous women in America, been having sex with Indian women on the subcontinent of India, been having sex with East Asian women all through China, Japan, South North Korea. Well, not in North Korea anymore, since the 1950s. All through Australia, they literally tried to wash out Aboriginal people through having sex with Aboriginal women in Australia. All the Inuits and Eskimos, all through Hawaii, white men been having sex with women of color. Dear black women, open a history book. It changes nothing. They go right back to Miss Anne. The masses of them go right back to Miss Anne. Where y'all been at? Y'all got this world all the way backwards. Oh, he downgraded. What? You know how many... This is why I tell y'all got to talk to black men. Y'all need to stop listening to Chrissy and Yanni them because they don't know what the hell they talking about. You know how many white men will talk to black men on some, think they trying to be buddy with us and talk about giving black women back shots and talking about hitting black women from the back. And you look at his wife and his wife look like a goddamn pencil. And he talking about how he used to give this black woman with this fat ass back shots. Man, y'all don't know what world y'all living in. Ooh, y'all don't know what world y'all living in. Or you do, and you're pathetic and desperate anyway. Either way. Y'all, the desperation. Oh, this is so embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. And, you know, the sneak dissing. From the jump, she starts sneak dissing black men. Let's get into it. Miss Nicole, you talking about antiquated. What's more antiquated than a woman of color pining over a white man? Antiquated. Antiquated? On planet Earth over the past 500 years? Antiquated? All you women of color pining over white men, and you want to talk about antiquated. Man, if you don't get the entire hell out of here, y'all find all type of weirdo backwards way of finding yourself right under the white man's crotch area, and you talking about antiquated. Loser! Your people started with Taylor Swift's people because they felt salty that the white man is with a super rich, super famous, more rich and more famous than him, white woman right now. And you talk about antiquated. What's more antiquated than a black woman feeling jealous that a white man is married to a white woman? Y'all was doing that on the plantation. Oops. Y'all were doing that during Jim Crow. Oops. You were doing that in the early 80s. Yikes. 90s. Oh. Early aughts. Ugh. Antiquated. What's more antiquated than a black woman making moves first on a white man? Ooh. Shout out to you and Jodie Turner-Smith. What's more antiquated than the white man using you for what he could use you for, and when you finally done being used, then you leave after 5 years. You held on for 5 years because you were waiting for the wedding ring. You clearly saw it was never going to happen. And rumor in the rumor mills is you were still trying to linger around. Antiquated. It's real interesting, these women that go through these things with these white guys, and the second a black man or black men snicker, then they turn all their anger and their rage at the black men. Talking about antiquated. Your weak ass can't do nothing to white men, so you take off your frustration and anger on black men. Antiquated. Lame ass. Y'all go through it with the white men. You know you can't do nothing with them, so you take it off on black men. Talk about power, right? You can't do nothing with the white man. Y'all clearly can't do nothing with the Swifties. So this is just like the young lady, a couple of years ago that we reviewed, right? With the frat bro. Now remember, she cried in the car because the frat bro used her for her body. And when black men speak about it and give their 2 cents on it, her anger and her rage is more for the black men than the white frat bro, who she said damn near raped her the second time when they had sex after they broke up. It damn near felt like rape. But yet her anger is more towards black men. Christy, Jodie Turner-Smith, reviewing that. More anger, more towards black men. Miss Kayla Nicole, more towards black men. Of course, y'all are weak, pathetic little girls in women's bodies. And all you know is to blame it on Jermaine. It's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. There's a reason why we play that clip and why we reference that clip. It's always Jermaine's fault, ain't it? Right? So y'all hear her, taking shots, and give me a second before I can look at my notes and remember my points. But she's taking shots at black men all throughout of this video. Talking about you protect what you value. You told us this dude was only spent $100 on you. First of all, we don't believe it. Secondly, even if it was true, you told us this dude only spent $100 on you in 5 years. That's $20 a year. Wait, you thought you could do what Halle Berry does and shame and character assassinate her exes after the fact? How did that work for you? See, black women got it all the way messed up. Y'all can't do the white men, which y'all do the black men, but every once in a while you try it and then you get your head taken off. You tried to do the negative PR campaign on the rich white dude that's backed by the NFL, one of the most premier sports leagues in America, the 3, basketball, football, and baseball. You went after Not a black man in the NFL, a white man in the NFL. And you thought that was gonna go how? How you thought that was gonna end up? And the NFL trumped your ass, and now he's with Taylor Swift. What you thought? Dear black women, all that power flexing thing, you get to do that to black men. Y'all forgot you dealing with a white man, a rich white man, a rich famous white man, a rich famous white man that plays for the NFL. White society lets you pull that on black men. They actually encourage it. You ain't gonna be able to do that to no white man. The Brad, not just a white man, the Brad. Chisel chin, Chad. This is like literally, this is a chisel chin Chad. When they say Brad, this is the Brad. Rich, connected, famous, tall, big. I mean, man, y'all got me talking about this dude on some like weirdo stuff. So it sounded like I'm advertising this dude. Dear black women, this is what it is. You cannot escape black men. And the more y'all kick and scream and attempt to elevate yourself past black men and leave black men holding the bag of blackness by their goddamn self, the more the society will diddle your little egos and check your ass when you get out of line. Right? Y'all went at Taylor Swift? Are you crazy? It would have been different if y'all had the back end of the beehive. Y'all went at Taylor Swift. And you thought the little 12 and 15-year-old white girls and 17-year-old white girls was just going to let that slide. Those 22 and 23-year-old white women were going to let that slide, huh? Okay, yeah, that's it. And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. So Kayla is attempting to reframe this. Right? No, Kayla. Black girls and black women started this with their comments on social media insulting Taylor Swift and saying Travis Kelce, quote unquote, downgraded. As I said earlier, she says, they may call you a traitor for falling in love. She said that in her opening statement. That was the first shot at black men. Were you in love, Miss Nicole, or were you chasing after the bag? If you were in love, Miss Nicole, why the slander about Mr. Kelce when the relationship ended? Huh? If this is about love, why the slander? Right? Let's be very clear. We're finding out more and more how often black women and you initiate situations and relations with white men. She DM'd him. Same thing with Jodie Turner-Smith. Right? Not DM'd him, but Jodie Turner-Smith initiated the situation with Joshua Jackson, guy from Dawson Creek. Right? Huh. Then you have the videos of black women saying, yeah, you're gonna have to approach. You have to drop the resting B face, right? You have to crack a smile. You might have to initiate conversation. So y'all going out, when it comes to white men, y'all willing to do anything to get their attention. Apparently. Talking about love. Nah, you saw the bag. You saw fame. Right? Love. Maybe it was love. because your anger is reserved for black men. That's for sure. Right? Imagine black women trying to go to war with white women over white men. Y'all done lost y'all goddamn mind. Hey, Chrissy, these are your proteges, your Padawans, right? Paris Milan, right? Kentucky chose better. You thought you was able to be. You thought eventually you were going to be able to say, right? Kayla Nicole chose better. You thought it was going to be that? Okay, yeah, that's it. Kentucky chose better. Eve chose better. Serena chose better. Sorry, Miss Nicole, you don't get to go on that wall. Not yet, anyway. Right? She came out the mouth literally saying, they'll even try to tie your value to your net worth. You mean the way women have been doing to men for time immemorial? At one point it wasn't money, but definitely in the 20th and 21st century, and 19th century, and 18th century, and oh crap. Right? They'll even try to tie your worth to your net worth. They'll even try to tie your value to your net worth. I know this is not a black woman talking about tying your value to your net worth right now in the 21st century. When y'all have commodified men and masculinity, y'all have a neoliberal lens on men and masculinity, which makes you put white men at the top. Uh-oh, are we describing Miss Nicole right now? Uh-oh. Right? Predictable. Pathetic, too. Right? Wow. Tie your value to your net worth. You imagine any woman in the Western world in the 21st century talking about, oh, they're trying to tie our value to our net worth. Are you serious? Forget about race for this quick second. Any woman in the Western world coming out their mouth like that. Are you serious? Do you really want to have that conversation? However many billions of y'all, do y'all really want to have that conversation? They're trying to tie our net worth, our value to our net worth. Are you, what? Hey, dear men, here's a joke for y'all. A woman saying we try to tie her value to her net worth in the 21st century. Cue up the meme of the mobsters laughing at in Goodfellas, please. Alexa. Right? Oh, a woman in the 21st century saying we. I don't know if she's talking about white women or if she's talking about black men. She's talking about men. She's talking about black men. Saying we are trying to tie women and black women, I guess, value to their net worth, because obviously people are saying no, you know, Travis Kelce upgraded because he ended up with Taylor Swift and she's worth, you know, she's approaching $1 billion in net worth. Right? She's approaching $1 billion in net worth. So when these, right, Kayla Nicole act like, I wouldn't call her them act, just a Kayla Nicole supporters came out here when Taylor Swift Swifties, reported out to defend her. Start talking about, guess, obviously, because, and by the way, you know they be listening. Hey, Miss Kayla Nicole, you listening right now? Are you listening? You know, Z's channel is super small. So she might not be listening to me, but you know they listening because she went right at black men. Oh, little weak ass. Am I borging right now? Can you guys hear me? Let me get a one in the chat if you guys can hear me clearly. If not, let me try to move. Right? And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Okay, so I'm borging. Give me a second. Let me see if I can move. So I didn't get a one in the chat. Oh yeah, I do get a one. Okay. Okay, the KW Don gave me one. Okay. All right. Yeah, so Kay Nicole, you have to be honest that your people went at Taylor Swift and got their heads taken off. So the net worth conversation is as a response to your people saying Travis Kelce downgraded. This also gets into that weirdo hypergamy conversation that a lot of black girls and black women are engaging in and engaging with on the internet. Wherever, no matter what, black women think, these particular black women on social media think that no matter what, men always got to make more than women while they compete with men in the workforce. Right? So the response is no, Travis Kelce did not downgrade. He ended up with a white woman that's more famous than him, that's worth more than him, and worth more than Kayla Nicole. Right? Embarrassing. And Kayla Nicole trying to frame it like people just went at them. No. Yo people came out the door swinging the second they heard the rumors of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. And actually had the unmitigated gall, the gumption, and the ovaries to try to go and insult a white woman because a white man is in a relationship with her. Are you crazy? Frame this intersectionality thing, trying to play victim Olympics, right? Y'all go at the white woman because a white man is in a relationship with her and then play victim after y'all got shredded by 16-year-old and 14 and 15-year-old and 12-year-old white girls. Embarrassing. Right? Let me get this in one more time. Dear all men in the West, dear all men in that's born and raised in the 20th and 21st century. So that's all of us. You imagine a woman born in the 20th or 21st century. You imagine them coming out the mouth talking about they'll even try to tie your value to your net worth. You imagine. Oh, right. This is embarrassing. So here goes Kayla Nicole talking about tumultuous one-sided journey. Oh boy. Okay. Here we go again with the woe is me. Black women have to carry the black community by themselves on their back because black men are defective and deficient talk. Right? Tumultuous one-sided journey. Eye roll meme. It's always Black women have to work so hard. It's we're the only ones. We have to carry the entire black community by ourselves. We're so tired. Please come save us, white man. Pathetic. They don't care or hear what you're saying. When they're ready to play you, they will come and play you and play with you. Giggity. Y'all have what's gone on in this country, in America in particular, right? Over the past 50 years has so skewed. I know, women and delusions and all of that, but the past 50 years, especially white society pretending like they actually care what y'all talking about. Y'all really believe the hype. Y'all really think they believe you when you say, "Oh, we got to carry the black community by ourselves." Right? Exactly, compassionate and callous. And compassionate and callous is it's black women's version of damsel in distress. I have that in my notes too. Exactly. Exactly. Yo, look. Let me burst some bubbles. Ooh, let me burst some bubbles. I'm so sorry. Dear women of color, being a woman the way white men see it is reserved for white women. Ooh, Mr. Z, you said that I did. Oh, 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 that hurt. Don't it hurt? Ooh, it hurt. It hurt. Let me say this. Let me say this real. Let me say this. In America, white women are like the only ones that really could play damsel in distress, and then white men will entertain it. Depending if you want to step on your man's neck or not, he'll let you play damsel in distress for all of the 2 seconds he want to go at your man, only as an excuse to go at your man. You really think you could play damsel in distress after your people went at Taylor Swift? You think you could play damsel in distress after the? Oh boy! Wait! You wait! You as a black woman think you could play damsel in distress going at a white man? Wait a minute! Wait a minute! You think you could play damsel in distress going at white women? Wait! You think you could play damsel in distress and it's not directed at black men? Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Kayla Nicole, do you, bruh? She went to college, y'all. She's a sports journalist, y'all. She. I, where do they make these people? Wait a minute. Mr. Z was born and raised in America. Mr. Z is black. Mr. Z had black experiences. Mr. Z isn't ADOS or FBA, but Mr. Z has had black experiences. I want to know where the hell they made these people. Right? Well, Kareen gave me the topic for tomorrow, right? And Kareen says, "Hey, Mr. Z, I sent you an email, similar topic about nasty Diplo, a DJ. I know about DJ Diplo. I know what he was on. He was on the same thing DJ Pope was on. And boy, hey, all right, y'all. All right, y'all gonna learn. Ooh, y'all gonna learn. And still to this day, rest in peace, Lawrence Smith Field. Rest in peace, Asia Maynard. I said it. Oh, what was that? A year ago? Over a year ago, maybe. I said it with Lawrence Smith Field. Excuse me, not Lawrence Smith Field. Sorry, I said it with Asia Maynard. Y'all being too loud. Damn, y'all being too loud. But you can't help it because, black men ain't ish. And you want to spread the word to every corner of this planet. Right? And Big Kev says, and thank you for the super chat, Big Kev, his mama white. And you know what's, and his apparent rumor in the rumor mill is his mom is very happy that he might be an item with um Taylor Swift. Rumor in the rumor mill. Right? Tumultuous one-sided journey. Yawn. Miss Nicole goes on to say, even when they try to even when they try to quantify your character. Oh man. Oh, let me say this again. You imagine. Here's a joke for all the men in the West. You imagine a woman coming out her mouth talking about quantifying your character. You imagine a woman coming out, a woman born anytime in the past, I don't know, 2-3 centuries, but definitely over the past 50 or so years, talking about quantifying character as it's a negative all of a sudden. Huh. Especially a Western woman. Dear Miss Nicole, Miss Kayla Nicole, even when they try to quantify your character, you mean the way many of your sisterin been doing, I don't know, for centuries? Definitely over the past half century? With this, wait a minute, isn't it Mr. Z that be talking about women and their neoliberal assessment of men and them commodifying men and masculinity? Huh. Right? Mr. Cole talks about your tribe is stronger. Oh boy. Oh, your tribe is stronger. You mean the gynocracy is stronger than the white man patriarchy? Is that what you're saying, Miss Nicole? The white male patriarchy that these white women are trying to uphold? Right? The white little girls, the little 12 and 15 and 17-year-olds that gave y'all that work on social media? You think the black gynocracy is stronger than what they talking about? And where they come from? You forgot it's their fathers that helped to fund the black gynocracy. God damn, Mr. Z. But hey, Spain man, haven't I said it? In Spain man says all this black manosphere ish and the work put in just for the sisterhood to get taken down by Taylor Swift fans. Bruh. By a bunch of teenage white girls. Thank you, Spain man. The sisterhood may have met its match going after the Swifties. Bruh, yo, I'm telling you, they don't know. When we say delusions, when we call y'all delusional, we're not just saying it to be funny. We're not you. We're not just saying it to be snarky and just throw things out there and see what stick. We're talking about the same people that felt a certain way that a white man went to all 50 states, a young white man went to all 50 states and pretty much dated nothing but white women. Y'all are weird, man. Y'all been listening to see now Chrissy trying to tell y'all to hush up. Y'all embarrassing us. Take that monkey shit off. Y'all embarrassing us. Rest in peace, Pimp C. But dear Chrissy and Yanni and Crystal and Karazin and Cynthia G and Lexus Exodus and Mahogany Pink and Shura 7 and all the divester, whatever the hells, these are your ideological children. And embarrassing the black community, yes, even black men got to deal with this secondhand embarrassment, but definitely embarrassing black women. This is embarrassing. Do y'all understand? How embarrassing is it that, wait a minute, how embarrassing is it that black women thought they had ownership of a white man in America, right? And it took teenage white girls and young 20-something-year-old white girls to tell y'all on drugs. If y'all think that Kayla Nicole can hold a candle to Taylor Swift, right? And Western Liberal Woman Archive says sisterhood divestors are 12-year-old edgelords. I've said similar. Exactly. Exactly. Right? Oh boy. Yeah. Everybody hold on to your chairs. Hold on to your chairs. I'm sorry I got to read this. My apologies, everyone. Hold on to your chairs because we're going into peak weirdo standpoint theory. Nobody understands our plight as black women land. Oh, we're going right there, everyone. We're going right there. And give me a second because Mr. Z's phone is doing. There we go. There we go. We are going right to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. Let me read it. Here we go. Nobody knows or understand what it means to be you. She said it. Oh, y'all should have known it. Y'all knew it was on its way. You knew it was on its way. You knew it was on its way. Nobody knows or understand what it means to be you. This is peak intersectionality talk. This is peak standpoint theory talk. Right? This is peak standpoint talk. No one knows what it means to be a black woman, right? And so no one gets to talk or critique or analyze or anything because they are not black women, and black women have multiple intersecting oppressions. And because of that, we shouldn't be held accountable for the way we respond or react to the environment because nobody knows what it's like. So nobody should be able to judge us. Oh boy. And for those of you that think Mr. Z is being hyperbolic, literally that's what they're saying. Only black women should be able to talk to black women because of the intersecting oppressions. Black women respond and react the way they feel they need to, and nobody should be able to critique that. No one should be able to judge that. Because if it wasn't for this patriarchal, racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, etc., etc., etc. environment, then maybe black women would act, respond, and react to a different environment differently. Once again, nobody knows or understands what it means to be you. I just want to say, black women, y'all know y'all single-handedly gave the civil rights movement to white women, right? And black and LGBTQ, excuse me, right? There should have been black women marching on Washington back in the day, of course, and saying, "Oh hell no, we ain't gonna let white women get shoehorned into this. We're not gonna let y'all shoehorn white women into this." And decades later, some 50 some odd years, 60 years later, They repealed affirmative action. And now men like Edward Blum, white men like Edward Blum are coming from going for the crumbs that y'all have. All the little NGOs and little programs and little set-asides that's not even government related. Do you understand how bloodthirsty this man is? He said, screw just going after affirmative action. He's going after private entities. And y'all over here worried about Travis Kelce and what he does with his penis. Y'all worried about the wrong white man. Y'all are worried about the wrong white man. Don't look now, black women. Edward Blum is turning the corner. Thank you, Sahel Potter. He's blowing serious cash to dismantle everything. Right? Thank you. And we don't hear white women saying nothing. Of course, why would they? And all these people and black women that claim to care about black women are saying nothing. And this is gonna be, you know, what this is gonna be BLM all over again, Jesse Smollett all over again, Carly Russell all over again, Brickface all over again. Y'all gonna keep on ignoring us, people like Mr. Z. I would say until y'all don't have a choice, but it's too late. Affirmative action already got dismantled. And here goes, make it worse. And they said to the, by the way, this is the part that no one really likes to tell you. And they said to all those universities, and we want to see y'all try to find little loopholes. Now, obviously, there's going to be schools that find ways to barely scrape the edges and find little ways to bring, you know, quote unquote minorities and people of color and underrepresented. And I'm actually not about that, not against that, you know, underrepresented communities into their schools, of course. But the Supreme Court said, well, you better find a way, because if it look any way too egregious to us, we on your ass. And Western Liberal Women Archive says, I met Mr. Blum at Con. He's on a legislation. $50 of, and Chrissy has nothing to say. Wait a minute, Mr. Z. And back then, I didn't know better than to archive these things. But didn't Chrissy tell you, you know, what's wrong with a little fantasy? And yeah, I engaged with a little fantasy here and there. Didn't she say that a couple years ago? So while Chrissy is giving y'all swirler divester fantasy talk, Edward Blum is shredding everything that he can for the past 50 years. But don't worry, black women. You can always blame Jermaine. It's always Jermaine's fault. Right. Miss Nicole also says, you deserve protection. Oh boy, here we go with the deserve word. Dear women, you traded your men and the concepts of protection. Maybe you deserve protection from the state. And oh, wait a minute, the police departments around the U.S. said, actually, no, you do not. Uh-oh. I covered this already. Right? Actually, the police departments around the country said, actually, yeah, you do not deserve protection. There was a case in New York, and there's a case where else? Somewhere in the Midwest or the South, I want to say. Yeah, the police departments around the country said, actually, that protect part of serve and protect, actually, you deserve protection. See, maybe if y'all wasn't so busy and so hell bent on going at black men and insulting black men and belittling black men, maybe y'all would have known that. You would have been up on what's going on throughout the country, and you wouldn't come out the mouth that reckless. You detect, right? And so let's play this one again.
They came with you for falling in love. You'll hope those close protect you, but you will quickly find out that people don't protect what they don't value. They'll say you're too much, too provocative, too boisterous, too outspoken, and in the same breath, you're not enough, successful enough, wholesome enough, maybe not even intelligent enough. They'll say you deserve backlash and embarrassment. Because of your blackness, you should know better. They'll even try to tie your value to your net worth.
Wow. Huh. All right. All right. All right. All right. Right. So hopefully you guys can hear me now. Yeah. Huh. Right. Huh. Okay. Let me get a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. Let me and I wanted to highlight let me see. Yeah, there okay, I can still do it. I can still do it actually. Okay. All right, all right. I was afraid I wasn't gonna be able to highlight you know. Can you guys hear me? Okay, I'm not getting a one in the chat. I do not know if you guys can hear me. Okay, now we do. Okay, okay, okay. All right, we're back. We are back. Wow. Wow. uh so I'm gonna tie me getting kicked off with what Kev C is saying, right? Boy, if there's ever a time to have a tinfoil hat, this is the time. Anyway, and Kev C says, Z, thanks for and thank you for the super chat, Kev. And Kev C says, thanks for breaking down and analyzing Kayla Nicole carefully created and inexplicable woman babble and word salad. Hashtag swirler divester whisperer. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Kev C. And that's all it is. It's the framing, right? It's the framing. And I don't care what y'all do, bro. I'm gonna play this again, right? Whoever the days are, right? Y'all make sure Mr. Z got a channel in the morning. Let's see if Mr. Z got a channel in the morning, right? I'm gonna play this again. If I get dropped again, then y'all know, because I am not in a dead zone. So yeah. Anyway, anywho, let's play this one more again.
Black girl. They may call you a traitor for falling in love. You'll hope the ones closest will protect you, but you will quickly find out that people don't protect what they don't value. They'll say you're too much, too provocative, too boisterous, too outspoken, and in the same breath tell you that you're not enough, not successful enough, not wholesome enough, maybe not even intelligent enough. They'll say you deserve the backlash and embarrassment. Because of your blackness, you should have known better. They'll even try to tie your value to your net worth. But Black girl, please remember your value lies elsewhere. Your value is deep within your heart, the way you love, the way you give. Your value is in your resilience, your willingness to forgive, the way you protect what means most to you, even if it hurts you along the way, and the way you stand up for what means most to you, even though they may not ever do the same. But Black girl, respectfully, let me stop you there because you don't have to participate in this tumultuous, often one-sided journey. Preserve your heart. Even when they try to quantify your character and test your boundaries, you do not have to engage. You do not have to respond because there is power in your silence. And you can use that same power to silence the noise and the self-doubt. Silence the voices within that want you to give in to this demoralizing and antiquated narrative. Tap into that power. Because I know, girl, the rage of the world is loud. But Black girl, your God is louder. And your tribe is stronger. Your blood runs deeper and is filled with strength. And when you finally find the strength to speak your truth, it is your voice that will help you. Because Black girl, let me tell you, you're not in this alone. And even though sometimes I too ask, why me? I'm reminded that this isn't just about me. This isn't just my story, a singular experience. My truth, trauma, and vulnerability is a relatable part of the human experience. I know I'm not alone, and I want to make sure that you know you aren't either. On days where I feel most inadequate, I have to remind myself that I am, have been, and will always be more than enough. Look, we love, we hurt, we heal, but always remember that your story is yours to tell. And you never know whose life it may touch because there is so much power in community and connection. So, dear Black girl, when the world gets dark and times get hard, when you feel like your back is against the wall and your hands are tied like nobody knows or understands what it takes to be you, remember that you are a part of something way bigger. This is only a small chapter in your story. And if you need help, there are resources.
You know, she mentioned something about you should have known better because you're Black. Okay, there are steps, Miss Nicole. There are steps. Black women thought y'all could skip the step of helping Black men, doing for Black boys and Black men, and you were going to be able to catapult yourself high enough to engage in relation. Wait a minute. We're not talking about the same people that continue to talk about power dynamics when an older man gets with a younger woman. Oops. When a richer man gets with a poorer woman. Oops. When a senior or executive is having sex or is in a relationship with the secretary or with someone that's less powerful or less influential in the firm. We're not talking about the same people that talk about power dynamics when a professor is dealing with one of his students. All of a sudden, you don't understand the dynamic of power. Wait a minute, but that's why you want to be with the white dude in the first place. Uh-oh. It's not simply that you're Black, Miss Nicole. The same aphrodisiac of white male power that y'all chase after is the same power that he uses to dismiss you and then shield himself. It's the same power, Miss Nicole. It's the same power that those little white girls that's ripping y'all to shreds on social media right now, it's the same power they get to tap into and embarrass a bunch of grown-ass Black women who feel salty that the white man is doing what white men do and white manning with a white woman. And Black Uru says, I wonder who is the genius who created the title of this podcast. It's some old head out of Chicago. I don't know who this guy is. It's some guy out of Chicago, right? He frequents the Black Manosphere. I don't know. Some guy, right? Some guy. I think he used to be a CPA. I don't know. I don't know. Some guy, right? He runs around the Black Manosphere with a hammer, right? So it look, I it's not simply that you're black. Like this weirdo woe is me type of thing. You know what? I might do a short panel. I wasn't gonna do a panel, but I'm gonna do a panel. I'm gonna let y'all on in a minute. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Look, because y'all tell me what y'all think too. Um, we're watching black women take L after L publicly, right? And act as though what's frightening is that to a certain extent it's almost like, wait a minute, did you not know what this is? Miss Nicole, you went after him. If you are to be if it's to be believed, I'm sorry, that it was an on and off again relationship, did y'all, what do you think? This little like damage control, right, tour that you're on, it's pathetic. This was a bunch of Negro woman babble saying, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry we got the black men making fun of us and laughing at us. And then we got the white girls and the white women. They got to one up on us publicly. I'm sorry, black women. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You literally wrote a letter. You know, okay, Miss Nicole, it would have been this simple. Hey, could y'all shut up? Y'all embarrassing us right now. The Swifties are ripping our head off on social media. The 17 and 14 and 12-year-old white girls and 22-year-old white women and 23 and 25-year-old white women are ripping our heads off on social media because y'all went at them first by saying that Mr. Kelsey downgraded. Right? Y'all forgot who y'all dealing with. This is a white man and this is a white woman. Taylor Swift is like the biggest thing in pop country / country pop. And Travis Kelsey plays for the goddamn NFL. And a bunch of ragtag black women, unorganized as usual, think y'all gonna do what? Oh, y'all know what to do. What y'all always do. It's always Jermaine's fault. Right? Y'all said he downgraded. Miss Nicole, your people said Travis Kelsey downgraded. Because they're thinking about looks and body and all of that other stuff. And let's be honest, maybe the sex. Maybe. It is a white man, so you know you probably was doing all the acrobatic stuff. You might not have any tonsils anymore. Right? And tell Toya says, is it crack? Toya, they gotta be on something. They're on something. Let's switch the characters. Imagine if Mr. Z started dating. mm, who would it be? Who's part of like? I'm trying to see who would it be. Fine. Oh, okay. Fine. Yeah. There you go. If I started dating Taylor Swift, I chased after her. We date for 5 years. I keep on proposing. She keep on saying no, but we still dating on and off again relationship. We break up, and she end up with Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, he's Jewish, but he's white. Right? Let's say Mark Zuckerberg is not married to his Asian wife, etc., etc. And then a whole bunch of dudes, black men, on the interwebs, on social media, talking about Taylor Swift downgraded. Are you serious? Trell said pink poll withdrawal. You imagine a whole bunch of black men on social media going at Taylor Swift because she left Z and then ended up a year later being spotted with Mark Zuckerberg, and then people on social media, black men on social media, talking about she downgraded. You imagine? Right? Wow. Yup. Yup. I don't know what country, I don't know what society, I don't know what time these people think we're living in. For Miss Nicole to say antiquated. Antiquated. And Blum had just got affirmative action repealed in your face. What are you talking about? George Floyd just happened a few years ago. What are you talking about? Antiquated. We still tell black people not to stop in sundown towns. Antiquated. Just a couple of years ago, you had a presidential, well, not even president, because he president elect talking about if you don't vote for me, you're not black. Antiquated. Antiquated. Just a couple of years ago, you had white boys, young white men with tiki torches talking about you would not replace us, Jews would not replace us, and calling black people the N-word with the hard ER to their face. And damn, they're beating a black young man to death. Antiquated. Antiquated. Huh. White politicians like Steve King, who's no longer in Congress, talking about the preservation of Western society, Western civilization. And you're talking about antiquated. Antiquated. Huh. Vivek Ramaswamy is doing every single type of dog whistle dog whistling to white racists on the right he possibly can now. Not a year ago, not 10 years ago, not 50 years ago. He's doing it right now. and he's in his 30s. And you talk about antiquated. Huh. Ron DeSantis is a presidential candidate right now. He's whitewashing slavery and Jim Crow in history books that are going to be, for the students in Florida right now. And you talk about antiquated. Y'all really think y'all could degree and fame yourselves into white men that are not as racist? And when black men tell you, yeah, you can't do that, and you definitely can't do it that way, you say we have antiquated notions and antiquated ideas and feelings about what? About your flawed interracial relationship and marriage campaign? Right? Antiquated. Huh. I don't know what you do with people like this. Like Toya said, is it the crack? Is it crack? Right? I'm about to invite y'all on, but yeah, I don't know what you do with people like this. Antiquated. Even when you try to quantify your character. I'm sorry, excuse me. Even when they try to quantify your character, right? They'll even try to tie your value to your net worth. You imagine a woman talking about men trying to tie a woman's value to her net worth? What did Toy say again? Is it the crack? Oh my God. Wow. Hey, y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and let me yeah, put this link in. But wow. Okay. All right, everyone. I don't know. I don't know what you do with people like this. I really don't. And her followers and her backers, as if they didn't start it. Dear Miss Nicole, your people initiated this just like you initiated the relationship between you and Travis Kelce. And just like that failed, well, right? Y'all gotta stop doing this and then try to play victim. White people only let you play damsel in distress against black men. They let y'all pull that stunt against black men. You're not gonna be pulling no damsel in distress against white women and white girls. Are you crazy? And a white man that plays for the NFL, like while he's playing for the NFL, you're on drugs. You gotta be. And the links in the box, you guys, in the comments. You gotta be on drugs. You gotta be, right? What's going on, Big Kev?
Not much, man. Just a few things to point out here.
Go ahead.
Because like I said, I watch NFL football. Like, notice how Travis Kelsey's not bad mouthing her, but
Yeah,
she's bad mouthing him. So
yeah.
that should tell you something. Number one. Number two, it's like this. It's like what makes it hilarious. Again, it's like she was in. I'll have to look this up later, but like you said, is that she's trying to take all these subtle shots and snipes at so-called black men, and it's like you actually you were in a 5 year on and off relationship with a white man who's basically like in the NFL. He's like a top three like tight end like ever. Like when people say Travis Kelsey's that dude, like I'm not saying this to be hyperbole. Like
Hmm.
legitimately, like in NFL history, like he really is that dude when it comes to playing tight end. Like he's up there with like Shannon Sharp and Tony Gonzalez, and then when it comes to like stats and stuff like that. So you had a chance with one of the greatest tight ends to ever play in the history of football. You couldn't secure the ring, and now you want to be salty about this old judging you by your worth or whatnot. Like, listen, just admit you lost. Just
And here's the
admit you
thing,
lost.
and go at black men because black men, there were
Right.
some black men on social media getting they five chuckles in, and so all of your focus then turns to the handful of black men that's getting they five chuckles. This is classic, like, cowardly stuff. Instead of, like you
Yeah.
said, taking the L and going to lick your wounds, you rather turn this entire conversation into what? Antiquated notions of, man, if you don't get your lame ass.
Yeah, and then on top of that, and then here's the thing too, because you run into like a lot of these women. It's like this, right? I can at least understand them having a preference for white men if the white
Mhm.
men preferred them back. Like
Oh,
I can
well,
see if they was
there's that.
marrying them in large numbers. I can at
Hmm.
least understand it. But it's like you out here being a hoe or you being a minstrel for white men that don't even you're not even like on their third string. You're like fifth string practice squad uh, practice squad sex and you think you're going somewhere. And basically, this is the equivalent to using in a NFL terminology, right? This is
Hmm.
the equivalent of turning down a starting role at one team because you say, oh, they're not good enough, they don't got enough talent, right? Because the talent's there, but the coaching's bad. Going
Hmm.
to another team and then ending up on the practice squad. It's like, fam,
But that isn't that. But that is what you just said. Let me just say it, Cola Booth, right? If you out there, BGS, you already know. I would rather be the white man's whore than the gum on the bottom of a black man's shoe. That's how they think. They think we view them as the gum on the bottom of our shoe, and they would much rather be the white man's whore.
yeah. And the thing about it is this: it's like, and this is what's why they have a problem with especially when people hear about the whole Cynthia G, like her channel getting demonetized and whatnot. Here's what they don't
Yep.
understand, right? It's like now that they know guys like Edward Blum are
Hmm.
emboldened because now they know that a lot of these women don't give a fuck about their own community, so they're just going to be emboldened to just double down and triple down on what the hell they're doing. They're like, oh
Hmm.
man, I got no resistance here, so fuck it, I may as well keep going with this. So who cares if I do something that's going to be harmful to so-called black people in the long run? Who cares? It's not like they care about themselves anyway. Look at the women. The women don't give a shit about what happens to them. So why the hell should I care about what happens to them? So, but unfortunately, again, it's like I said before, Mister Z. They don't want young so-called black men to see this because if young so-called black men see this and accept it, a lot of them would lose all types of credibility. They can't tell them young dudes shit
Yes.
about no race loyalty, about no thinking about the community, because all they're gonna do is pull up them videos and say, "We're supposed to be loyal to this shit." Really? You're talking about women who want to take shots at so-called black men and lie and claim that they're more victimized than us, and
Yep.
talk about how much they hate so-called black men and aborting, black children left to right and benign neglecting your boys. But we're supposed to project and provide for these women? Oh hell no,
Yeah.
nigga, I'm
Well,
good.
that's the beauty of the internet. Like always say, the internet will expose us all, and I don't think. Let me say it clearly, and I want people to kind of really deal with this, right? We're talking to people that don't fully grasp how much social media has changed the game, not just for their freaking dating preferences and the porn they watch on the internet, right? They really don't understand, like, you're exposing yourself. All these little, it's just one hay after hay after hay, right? The straw that broke the camel's back is just one straw after another straw. All these TikTok videos, all these YouTube videos, all of these comments. Do you know how much information you're consuming in a day because of the internet, social media, high speed internet on your phone? And we're watching all of these things, we're reading all of these things, and especially, black people in social media, especially black women in social media, y'all are doing a lot of talking, and people are listening. Black boys and black men are listening, but also non-black people are listening. And y'all are doing such a piss poor job at protecting your image. Not only are you doing a piss poor job, you're yelling and screaming about all of your insecurities, about your desperation, and everyone sees it, right? And
Oh
everyone
yeah.
sees it.
Oh
And
yeah.
when
Oh yeah.
and yeah, go ahead.
Exactly. Exactly.
Hmm.
Like you said, everyone sees it. And shout out to Freeman's Journal. He had a
Hmm.
hashtag in Edward's Discord. He's like hashtag everyone sees this. Like
Mm, yeah.
they tend to think that like we're like living in a vacuum, that
Yep.
the internet exists in a vacuum. It's like no, it's publicly accessible, especially if you don't got a VPN. Oh yeah, it's publicly accessible. You know,
Look at this compassion. I mean, look at this Big Kev. Compassion Encounter says, "Bro, I had a divester clip get 13,000 likes on TikTok in 24 hours. So y'all think that's only black people consuming that and seeing that? Y'all forgot who was it? One of those conservative black women. She's like light skinned looking, kind of mixed. Y'all forgot she covered that story of the girl, the black girl in the car, talking about why she won't date black men anymore or whatever. And
That's Amala, by the way. Amala Ekpignobi. I know exactly who you're talking about.
yeah. So and she's played, and you got to know, like, the people that's watching her. It's not only black men, right? It's not only black people. So y'all are being very loud. You're making these TikTok videos. Some of these TikTok videos are going viral. Some white men are sharing these videos on their channels. They're not only sharing white women complaining about the dating scene and whatnot. They're also sharing black women talking reckless about black men. Do you know what that means? Do you know how much danger y'all put not just black men in, but you yourself and your daughters? Because y'all are so angry that y'all not upper middle class white women, and that y'all stuck in the black community with black men, and instead of being with black men and helping black men build, you think you're gonna escape hatch your way out of the black community by complaining about black men to anyone that would listen? It's just dumb.
here's why
Before
oh
go ahead.
I was about to say, and again, this is why I keep trying to drive this point home. It's like when people, this is why I understand what some people say, where it's like there's no quote unquote black community. It's like again, Mr. Z, we need
Mhm.
to understand, drive the point home. We need to stop assuming that they give a fuck.
Yeah,
We just tell them to their face, listen, shut the fuck up complaining because we know you don't give a fuck about the so-called community. Shut the fuck up with
yeah,
that community talk, all that pro-black talk. Shut the fuck up. We know you niggas don't care. Like, if more
yeah.
niggas would just say that overtly, like, you could shut a lot of that conversation down. Listen, don't try to come to me about all this black female empowerment and save the community and what about the way the black women feel. We've seen you niggas operate for years. We know you niggas don't give a fuck. So please shut the fuck up. Like, please shut up. We're not willing to go that far to just tell them to shut the fuck up because they're full of shit. We just want to be like, well, you got to understand the moralizing and how they feel, and what about the circumstances? Like, no, like they're full of shit. Because we all know, right? If I, as a so-called black man, right, if I made it my point to say that, I prefer white women and black women are quote unquote disgusting and all this other shit, and I got played to the left by like a white woman, niggas would
Mm.
make fun of me. I would never hear the end of it. Oh, but when they do that and then some, and even engage in outright minstrelsy, and they still get played, we're supposed to pat them on the pat them on the back and say, "Oh, that a girl," and "Oh, you did your best," and there's nothing you can do. No, 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 no. They need to be pointed at and laughed and made fun of, and say, "Hey, this is why we say what the fuck we say. Hey, don't be a fucking idiot like her." And get played. Learn how to have some damn dignity.
And,
You know what?
and let me read this real quick. And Black Uru says, and after this, we're gonna let we're gonna let Big Kev Kevin C speak. Big Kevin C. We're gonna let Kevin C speak, and then we'll continue. Okay, and Black Uru says, excuse me. Intersectionality has fooled them into believing that everyone, whites, non-blacks, black men, are supposed to feel sorry for their so-called quote unquote plight. That's why they reveal all their foolishness, bro. exactly what Black Uru just said. And come to find out that and I didn't know her name. Thank y'all for saying her name. The Amala chick. I don't know how to pronounce that last name though. The light skin. I guess what y'all said she's what.
Like light skinned conservative that's always
Yeah.
she's got something to say. Yeah, she's always got
She
something to say.
literally just dropped a video yesterday that says these black women are done dating black men, and guess who? Guess what Mr. Z is doing tomorrow? Okay, so y'all get ready for that one. That's gonna be fun to review. Oh boy! All right, go ahead, Kevin C.
Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, so Amala's she's doing what she does. But
Mhm.
yeah, usually so there's something I call black viral, right? And it can and it goes viral, but it stays within basically among black people. But something
Yes.
like this goes outside of that, and now now they got to deal with it because of course Taylor Swift is involved. So, but hey, that's on them. And you are right. If you look at some of the comments on
Mhm.
just a few videos, somehow black men are to blame for the fact that they're failing at getting at landing dudes like Travis Kelce. Like somehow, some way, it's Jermaine's fault. Now we have nothing to do with it. Black men have nothing to do with it. If you're going after these dudes, these non-black men, you have to figure out how to do that on your own.
Mhm.
You got to be a good enough woman to lock them in.
Listen,
But
Kevin.
somehow,
Listen, Kevin. His mama white. That's all you got to know. His mama's white. So
yeah.
So
honestly,
wait. Let's let Kev C finish
go ahead.
and then go ahead.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
But you know
Yes,
the
see,
interesting
finish your
thing
point.
is. The interesting thing is that all of these books, videos, channels, seminars, conferences, and everything else on how to get this done, and it's very interesting because black men we don't have all of that. We can actually get it done and date across the board internationally if we really wanted to. I think a lot of black men really don't want to, but if they really wanted to, they could actually get all of that done, and they don't need a whole bunch of books and conferences and everything else. Black men just go out and get it done. Now, yeah, it's a little bit different
yeah.
for men. But that's actually got to be more frustrating because the fact they can't get it done and get it done in high numbers while they're sitting here, just throwing themselves at these men while not trying to do anything that's for the men that they're actually culturally linked to. They have the black experience. They have the advantage and everything else. Matter of fact, the fact that they're losing some of their top black men or the best or better black men to non-black women, that's actually pissing them off too. So look, they got to figure out how to get this done. And I'll say this and then I'll pass it on to somebody else. When this whole thing started about maybe about 12 years ago or so, I thought it was just, I saw it as kind of like, this is just something that women are doing. You got the swirl queen and her little, minions and, she's just kind of giving advice and okay. And it was going to be this, just a little side thing, but it's turned into this monster that they can't really control anymore. That's where it is right now. And it's just, and it's not just even a monster. It's this huge, big, embarrassing monster that, not only are they not getting it done, but they're embarrassing themselves in the process and playing themselves and wearing themselves out to the point where they got nowhere to go. They can't go to the non-black dudes and they can't come to the black man either.
Yeah.
It's this compound interest, right? Exactly.
I'm sorry, not to cut you off, Mr. Z.
No, go ahead.
It's a gynocentric Godzilla. What you're describing.
Hysterical.
It's a gynocentric Godzilla just tearing through and just tearing shit up. And again, it's one of those situations where, again,
Godzilla does have long nails. Go ahead.
Right. If if I as a so-called black man was talking shit about how white women are my preference and I hate so-called black women and they're all disgusting and abort black female babies and all this other stuff, and I was getting played left and right by white women, nobody, like, niggas would make fun of me. Like, that would never hear the end of it. You know what I mean?
But
like, I would never hear the end of it. But again,
how many dudes do you actually hear say that? That's what it is. If a black man say,
that's Big Kev's point. That's the point right there. That's exactly the point.
Look,
yeah, that's what I mean.
You hinted at everything, but one thing Terrell Owens didn't do, he said he hate black women. It's just black women don't prefer him. Now the thing is, here it is. We got to remember. See, black women would date a white man because he's white, and presumption he gonna get enough money. He a family man. He gonna take care of the kid. They see marriage and shit with white men, but they don't see marriage with black men. We gotta hustle. Now,
LaShawn, wait, pause.
He might not be
real quick, LaShawn, real quick. Let me pause you.
You got the floor.
What you just said, is that not the height of white supremacy, racism, anti-blackness? they see
No, because
themselves
black
being
women are
married. Wait, wait,
doing
wait.
it.
You know which part I'm saying? No, they see themselves being married to white men, right?
Yes,
Which
yes,
isn't
yes.
that like the height? Isn't that exactly what white women was on and still kind of on? You have sex. Isn't that what the hell Jenny Mai said? Right?
Mm-mm.
White meat is the main course. Black
Well,
meat for the side. Dark meat for the side.
Jenny Ma
If
is
black
Asian.
women are doing, if black women are engaging in that, and by the way, that and now that Jenny Mai has the freaking dark meat, she's trying to hold on for dear life. That nigga filed for divorce. She said, on my over my dead body, right? So if black women have this sentiment, right, how do we then not see them as what they are? I'm gonna let y'all decide what that is.
Okay, I can answer this.
Good.
Here's the thing. Reason Jenny Ma did what she
Hmm.
did because you know what? Every other woman that ain't black
Hmm.
ain't got a problem with a black man. That's happy they got a black man.
Yeah.
They know what black man is. Look, they fine. They'll go ahead and let you talk about them all you want to. And guess what? You thought that white woman was your coworker, but guess what she did? That what you call that black man you call the niggas.
Hmm.
She actually asked that black man, okay, what's the deal between you two? And he just go ahead and he tells her about his career, his what he doing, and everything else. This white
Hmm.
woman is like, hold up, wait, you can be the next 20 years. I can divorce your ass, but I give
Yeah.
you 20 years. I mean, damn. I mean, literally. Here's the thing. When black women look, how many ugly black women? I'm gonna just ask you this question, gentlemen. How many ugly black women you thinking is really bitching?
What you mean? What do you mean by that?
Because look, she fine as hell, right? There can't be that many fine ass black women that's bitching about, oh, I can't keep. Now look, nothing personal.
Mm.
You went 50-50 with this man. You said it. You posted it. Well, we had to go 50-50. You ain't had no problem going 50-50 for 5 years with him, but you ain't gonna go 50-50 with a man that can still give you a good damn life.
Yeah, but
But
number
she ain't
one,
working.
you,
She
you're
ain't working nothing but an ass.
wait,
And
wait,
then
wait,
the
wait,
thing
wait,
is,
wait.
it's like,
Let me get that. Let me get that on the phone. First,
go ahead.
first, he's a white man, right? Like white men get to do whatever. Let's be very
No, they
clear.
don't.
Women of color, black women specifically, they're screaming it from the mountaintops. White men get to pull all type of stunts that men of
Well,
our
that's
respective
black
races that
people's goddamn
right.
stereotype. That ain't
That's number
true.
one. No, no, I'm not saying it should be
I
true.
know
What I'm saying
it's a
is
stereotype.
this is the mentality coming from a particular demographic of
Yes,
black women, excuse me, specifically the ones that exclusively date out or they kind of dibble and dabble, the swirlers, the divester types. Whether they're
you're
card carrying
100%
swirlers or
right.
divestors or not. Um,
You're 100% right. It's a
so
valid
there's
point.
that. And number one. Number two, I think a lot of that was just trying to slander his name and not really appreciating, like knowing that you're trying to slander a white man's name, but not really appreciating that you're trying to slander a white man's name, a white man that that plays for the NFL. On top of that, while he's still playing for the NFL, like the NFL's gonna like let you really throw dirt on his name. Look. She
Honestly,
tried to do too much and it failed. That's all that is with that particular
look.
story. Go ahead.
Her rank doesn't even qualify to be slandering shit. She is a known WAP, okay,
Hmm.
in the NFL. She's a known WAP. What does she bring to the table except booty? And she can't even commit to the man 100% for 5 years. They off and on. At least Taylor Swift commits. And guess what? If they get married, he will never have to pay her alimony, child support. I mean, and she got a business mind. This chick make money hands over fist, and she don't even have to do a concert. She just slap her name on a product or say she likes something. That stuff goes up like 100%. And then the thing is, it ain't like he messed with Miley Cyrus.
Hmm.
He's messing with Tyler Swift. And you know what?
I,
That chick, that chick got a good damn name.
But
She
LaShawn, there's
represents
something you
herself
said
and all that good stuff.
real
You can't
quick,
compare
LaShawn.
yourself to Taylor
You
Swift.
you
I'm
said
sorry.
something, and let me say this because I think
Go ahead, sir.
Kevin C is trying to go after me. But okay,
Y'all got
let's
the
address
floor.
something.
I'm muting myself up.
Okay, let's address something. Something you said, and it's inspired this. They'll even try to tie your value to your net worth. Now she said that, and you did engage in some of that. But these people have no issue doing that, not only to men, they have no issue doing that and engaging in that in every other endeavor in life. These are the same people that will remind you that we live in a capitalist society, right? But
Yes.
all of a sudden, when they find themselves on the wrong side of the equation, they're trying to tie my value to my net worth. Yeah,
Well,
I'm
so
not
does the
saying it's
government.
right, right? Let me get this out real quick. I'm not saying that it's right. I am saying you have no problem with it when it's directed towards men or other women, especially non-black women. But you do have a problem when it's directed towards you as an individual black woman because your people went out there saying that Travis Kelsey downgraded. And everyone was okay saying Travis Kelsey downgraded until people started noticing, wait a minute. And it didn't even take too long. Taylor Swift is richer than he is and richer than you, more famous than he is and more famous than you, and he downgraded how?
Mr. Z, I
Go
can
ahead.
answer that real quick.
And then
Black
Kevin C,
women's
go ahead.
value is in their sex. Taylor Swift value is in the woman she is, and then she brings money, which adds value. See, the difference is black women only thing they can offer is sex. They ain't gonna offer you loyalty. They ain't gonna offer commitment. Hell, they'll trash talk your ass, and you on a break, and you sitting there cussing out black men because you on live trying to get him jealous of stuff. But he just like he ran into Taylor Swift. She might actually know him. She might
Hmm.
actually like him. And the thing is that look, I know body wise, she isn't like but she isn't like she ain't got no body. I mean, I mean, she's man. Look, she's 5'11" with no shoes on. All right,
Oh wow, I
she's
didn't realize
stretched out.
I knew she was tall.
She's
I didn't
five
know she was
eleven.
that tall.
No,
Oh yeah, I
she's
didn't know she
five
was that tall.
eleven. No shoes on. Them heels make her look like she's 6'2". I'm gonna tell you right now. And and look, she's cute in the face. Honestly, she comes off genuinely sweet. When's the last time you seen an entertainer that is genuine? It's like, look, she's one of the first people that went. She made her own music. She got control of her stuff. Everybody else is like shit. P Diddy just released everybody's damn shit so they can control their music. But how much money did P Diddy make before he did the change? But then
True.
all of a sudden, this Tupac stuff come out, and then it kind of makes sense why P Diddy want to go ahead and release these damn, you know, just in case,
Mm.
look good and stuff. Because that $1 million thing, and with this paperwork seeming to be straight because people kept paperwork.
Mm. Look, at
So
the
I
end of
don't
the
know what
day,
about that. But honestly, look,
but
I know
LaShawn,
she ain't got body, but she
let me let
got
Kevin
bang.
C go. Yeah,
Go
let
ahead,
me
Kevin C.
yeah. Kev, you was trying to say something? Oh, I thought you were okay. But at the end of the day, we're covering this and I'm covering this because of the sneak dissing. Her intro statement was about the sneak dissing to black men. Meanwhile, her people were the ones that went at her I guess backers, right, and supporters were the ones that went at Taylor Swift.
That's what I'm saying. How many
And
ugly
she's more
black men?
concerned with black men's response to the breakup and to the fact that her and her people getting their heads taken off because it looks very desperate, right? And that's much of the reason why um um all of these content creators, the Chrissies and the Yannies, made videos saying, "Okay, look, we looking desperate, y'all. We looking desperate." Because if they could see that this looks desperate, then Kayla Nicole saw it also. She saw it
Mr. Z,
also.
you said
Go ahead, go
something.
ahead.
You said something BGS. And I remember, I can't remember what the topic was, but you
Hmm.
said black women, ugly black women, pretty black women, they live vicariously through that black woman that's dating that white man
Yeah,
that
yeah,
they want.
yes, yes,
And the
absolutely.
thing is that it's just like, okay, look, even if you off and on with black men and you off and on with an NFL, and yeah, I ain't gonna say he's gonna be one of the greatest
Hmm.
tight ends, but he's a quality tight end, and he could
No,
be just like Gronk could be, all that good
no,
stuff.
no,
But
no,
the thing
no, no.
is
I
No,
mean,
that
like,
big Kev, go, let Big Kev go
go
because
ahead,
I
I'm
Big
think
not,
he
Kev.
actually
I'm
has an
not,
Go
answer to
ahead.
what you're saying.
You got the floor.
Hmm.
Go ahead.
I'm not kidding you. If you go look up on ProFootballReference.com, he's rated as like the third highest tight end like ever, like behind like I think like Tony Gonzalez and like I think like maybe like Shannon Sharp or something like that, or
I
somebody else.
understand that.
But
Only
yeah,
thing I'm saying is those
Hmm.
guys had a full career. He hasn't did his full career. Now he is damn good, and I'm not discrediting that. I'm not discrediting his stats. But we do Shannon Sharp, Gonzalez, uh damn it, who that guy that used to be played for the Patriots before Gronk got there, that tied in there. We got like quality tight ends, and they did a whole career, you know, and then I don't want to sit there. He's got the stats and everything, right? But on that level, that was those guys were team players, city, city community. No matter where they went to, they excelled and did the right things. Those guys, their whole career was something. Now, honestly, he does all the charity work. I mean, and stuff. He don't even let you know. He just shows up. Now, this guy's a
Hmm.
straight dude. He's got a good heart, and he ain't trying to do anything. But it's just that, look, you can't be off and on with a dude for 5 plus years and then be mad because he getting tired because you get an attitude like a black woman do, and then I'm gonna show you something, and then when he don't respond to you, you run back to him screaming, "I'll do better. I won't do this," and that's what it sounds like. Because when she go ahead and show her butt, now they off and on, but now because he date, wh- what on what I don't give a
I,
damn.
I'm
I
just,
don't give a damn how she feels. Your feelings should not be on you on the same level as Taylor Swift. Period. Your
mm,
feelings should tell you need to shut the hell up.
yeah, and I just want to be clear. The reason why, once again, I'm covering this today is because number one, the sneak diss in. Number two, to show also, as, even though this was a very public situation, this is often how it goes. Right now, we know that Travis Kelsey and Taylor Swift they might not last till Christmas. Right, it's possible. Right, but this is often how it goes, where black dudes deal with black women. Excuse me, white dudes deal with black women for how long, and then they're done, and they go back to dealing with white women and close the door behind them, and that's it. Right?
Kind of sounds like black
It's
women mad that white men don't do what black men. Well, why aren't you doing like the black men did? Well, you ain't spent the last 100 years doing this crap and make it acceptable, or we just got tired of it and don't give a damn. Which we don't give a damn now, and so we don't care about To whatever the hell
but
he want to do and all
but
this other
that,
stuff.
and that's the thing. So like this is the thing. It's easy to point out a minority within a minority that's doing something wayward or something you don't like, and then make that bigger than what it actually is. Cool. As a matter of fact, that's what we're accused of doing in the Black Manosphere.
We always
But let's
accuse
be
that.
very clear what Kayla Nicole engaged in. She
Yes, sir.
sneaked diss black men because
She
of the
openly did
brothers that were
black men.
real quick. Wait, LaShawn, real quick. She sneaked diss black men because of the handful of brothers that were getting a five chuckles in about her situation. She spent pretty much the entirety of her open letter to black women and black girls going at black men, right? Pretty much saying, well, you don't protect what you don't value. Lady, It's clear what you valued, and it didn't work for you. Number
And
one.
he wasn't a
Number
black
two,
man that you
you
value.
still knew better than to really go at black girls and, excuse me, white girls and white women. You still knew better than to go at white girls and white women. Now, that antiquated statement, it could be directed towards white girls and white women and black boys and black men. And let's be very clear, like this intersectional understanding and reading of the world is much of the reason why black women speak the way they do. Because they look at white men at the very tippy top. They look at black men and white women as like competing for quote unquote second place. And they see
Roadblock.
themselves being locked out of this kind of game, and that's why they use intersectionality to try to flip the power structure upside down while still somehow magically ending up with the men with power and resources, preferably white men, right? They
Mr.
really
P.
are trying to do this, LaShawn, real quick. They're really trying to do this to get white women and black men out the way. All of this is really about getting white women and black men out the way, right? So go ahead, LaShawn.
This
And
is
what's going
it.
on, Chaos? We
Charles
closing out in
Faulkner.
about 15 minutes, but go ahead.
Look, I will
Hmm.
repeat what Charles Faulkner says to me
Hmm.
sometimes when I be saying something brilliant. Could you repeat that for the dumb folks in the back of the room? Because I don't think they heard you. Because you just said something like, "Bro, that need to be repeated again, again, and again." Just not in that many rows. Go ahead and repeat that again. Because
Which part?
that was
Which part?
no, from beginning to end. Because you know what? You know
Mhm.
how people just skip out for the first time? No, they need to hear that from beginning to end again. Just repeat it again because I was like, I heard every word. I'm like, this man is brilliant right now. And I know everybody else is just like la di da di da. No,
You
y'all need to hear this. Repeat
and I
it
want to
again from
actually think
beginning to end.
and before I do that, let me read and I'm gonna say something to kind of speak to what you're saying though, LaShawn. And thank you, Leon. And Leon says, what it do? What's going on, Leon? And thank you for the super chat. Let me first thank Kevin C for thanking me, and he did it on the Roger Reports channel, and he did it through super chat. So thank you, Kevin C. Um, the reason, and let me actually highlight the comment so y'all can know why I'm saying that. Something Kevin C said. Thanks for breaking down and analyzing Kayla Nicole's excuse me, carefully created and inexplicable woman babble and word salad. Hashtag swirler divester whisper. And the reason why I'm able to oftentimes decipher this kind of what Edward Anderson would call B babble, um, is because I actually try to get into why they're saying what they're saying, and then it gives you an idea of what they're saying, right? Because when Kayla, all of that was just word salad for "I'm sorry, I embarrassed us," and y'all should be sorry because y'all embarrassed us also. She's also telling her backers, I guess her supporters, y'all went out there, we got our heads shredded. Y'all should have not said anything. I said what I needed to say. I tried to embarrass him with the he never really spent any money thing. And the fact that y'all went out there and embarrassed us because y'all went at Taylor Swift, let me calm y'all down with this word salad jumbo crap. Right? Like no one let me not say no one else. This was really directed towards, and she's correct. I will say she did pretty much stick on topic. This was directed at black women, and you notice what black women always do. They find some way to say it's always Jermaine's fault. Calm down, black women. I get it. I get it. Black men over there in the corner chuckling, and white girls and white women are over there, right, telling us that we're not on their level and stay in our lane. And so she did what she thought was right, which is come out here with her 3 minutes of babble, pretty much telling black women, calm down, we'll be okay, we'll be all right, right? We took this public loss. Yes, black men still ain't ish. We took this public loss, right?
Oh
But we'll
god
be
damn.
okay, right? Go
It's
ahead.
like another Camilla Harris damn thing. She's the first Indian vice president. Now she's the first black woman vice president now. I mean, she got to pick a goddamn race and shit. She can't be Indian, like be the first Indian vice president. And now she's the first black woman vice president. She can't even dance on beat. You know, then you just gonna half-ass a man for 5+ years. You on and off, on and off,
And
on and off. There is no
Michelle,
man
let
on
me
the
read
face
this
of this planet.
real quick because I gotta address this comment. And
You go.
Miss Sarab says, "Who said Kayla valued white men? She was with one, but never talked bad about black men. Her entire 3 minute video was talking bad about black men.
Oh
I
God,
don't
look
know if
at her
you read
account.
through. I don't know if you read through what she was saying, but yeah, that whole video. Now, whether she did or didn't speak ill of black men before this incident, but yeah, that whole open letter to black women was her sneak dissing black men,
Mr. Z, this
right?
girl,
So
look,
go ahead.
Platinum Elite did a little expose on her, right? When she
Mhm.
was with him, her hair was straight, setting it up like white woman's hair straight, got a little curl to it. She wore this damn collars, this neat stuff, everything else. But when she broke up with him, her hair was in braids, and she got like a white beater on and them tighty ass shorts, and she's sitting there having men sitting there trying to like talk to her for real, and then all of a sudden she coming out with all the N words and everything else. And there was multiple videos, but then when she got with Kelsey, because remember they were on and off for 5 years. There's a timeline you could actually see it when you look at her accounts.
Yeah.
And I'm serious, bro. I kind of glanced at some. I'm like, wait a minute. So when she was with Kelsey, all of a sudden she neat, looking like
I
trying to look like the
I hear
proper
that.
ass
I'm not
replacement
gonna
for
say
white
anything
women. But
against
then when
the.
she broke up with him, she got ghetto because that's what she
I
really
hear
is,
that. No,
ghetto.
I definitely think they give us their ass to kiss when they date us, and they secretly really and not so secretly really value white men and the white. It's very funny these same people talk about the male gaze. Y'all don't got no problem with the white male gaze. As a matter of fact, they bigging up and they keep on showing this. I keep on seeing and maybe somebody could inform me of this young lady's name, the track star, dark skinned slim sister, and they keep on showing videos of like a coach or a referee or somebody like looking at her and like or
Is she from another country?
Yeah,
maybe
And her face is small. Or her
yeah, she
body's
had a
small?
slim face. Yeah, she's slim. She's a
Oh
slim
yeah,
sister, slim
I
face.
think she's from what do you call Bangladesh? Or
Is
no,
she?
Mozambique?
She's
No,
black.
Mozambique.
she's right, but she's
Oh,
from Europe.
Mozambique.
Yep.
Oh,
Look,
she's from Europe.
she
Capsy.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
from
Cause yeah,
Europe.
she
yeah.
basically do
I know you're talking.
gymnastics, do a quadruple somersault. That's gonna catch my attention.
Yeah. Wait,
I'm
wait, wait,
sorry.
real quick, real quick, Sean, real quick. So, you know, these same people that speak about the male gaze have no problem um liking and loving the white male gaze. They love it, right? So when you look at the Kayla Nicole, when you look at her black female supporters and backers, we have to be honest that much of the hypocrisy that they're engaging in, wouldn't have this pressure for white men, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their issue is that they feel like, and this is where intersectionality comes in, and this is where standpoint, theory comes in, and that's why they really like no one understands you, no one understands your plight, no one can fully grasp what it's like to be a black woman, right? That standpoint theory crap that then makes them think that they have the moral high ground above everyone else, including and especially black men. That's where that type of talk come from. It's really lame. And it's just, once again, a backwards way of saying we should have the power, right, over this society and definitely over the black community because we're morally superior to everyone else because of our standpoint, because of the intersecting lines of oppression that causes us to view the world a particular way and have a better moral compass than everyone else, right? All of that is in the subtext of what Kayla Nicole is saying right there. Right.
Yeah,
I
but
know a lot of people are like, oh, I didn't hear her overtly say that, but she's implying and suggesting that by saying no one really understands you, no one really knows what it's like to be you, right? And I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Chaos, because we close out in about 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. This chick still begging, crying, pleading for Zaddy. It's pathetic at this point. you know, and the amount of pushback she's getting, it lets you know, saying, you know, if you had half the time do this to black men, the world be so much a different place. But because this is the European man that they sit there, gaze, lust, etc., and he doesn't want you, it just turns you even more on to sit there, create this little weak apology. And I was like, gonna cover this, Mr. Z, because you know, I had to really put some thought in a lot of this content. But now I'm thinking about it, saying maybe it should be examined now. Because at a woman that's 31, baby, you wasted 5 years of your life with a white boy that was getting all that for free, and he was not in pain shit. Regardless what they said he's paying, so no, he wasn't paying nothing. Let's keep real. When a woman admits and come out open, either secretly, verbally, or written form by the internet / social media, that she was always paying for everything and he didn't contribute nothing. That's telling right there that this white man's skin does remove all imperfections and sins.
Thanks, Chaos. And thank you, Detro. That is exactly who I'm speaking about. Fatima, yes. I looked her up. Yeah, that's who I'm speaking about. And the second sister, I've seen her before, but that's not who I was speaking about. But yeah, definitely Fatima. Yeah, that's who I was speaking about. And you see all the videos, and you see the comments from black women and black girls in the comments for all those videos of the white coaches glancing but trying not to get caught and like whatever. And it's like, oh look at the white man looking. Look how hard he's trying not to look. It's like, so you value the white male gaze, but you say you're not doing anything for the male gaze. Huh. Okay. Anyway, what's going on, Black Guru?
Ruler's up here?
Hey, how you
Sir,
doing?
it's been a long time, sir.
What's up?
Salute.
Thanks for having me. I hope you're doing well. I hope the gentlemen on the panel and the folks in the public chat are well.
You invited, of course.
What was that? I'm sorry, I'm kind of bored. What was that?
What did I bore?
What did you say?
You inspired the title. Of course.
Oh, yeah. You know, the old man thoughts just kind of come to go out of your head. You know, yeah. You know, this is the evil, demented, you know, spawn of intersectionality. You know, this is what happened when you created this pseudo science whereby that triangulates to the black female being the most put upon person on earth, or particularly the ADOS female being the most put upon person on earth, with the black man especially being the convenient boogeyman or foil for which they can conveniently rely upon at all times. You know, when when there's an emergency, break class and blame the black man, so to speak. You know, and that's kind of this scenario here. You know, we got white people upset with us. We got the white girls upset with us. Whatever. Let's divert to these niggas. You know, they will save us. You know, as long
It's
as
always Jermaine's fault.
we can remind. Well, hey, as long as we can remind white people how evil black men are, you know, we can get bailed out. And so that's the plan.
As long as your first
that's how
name
that
ain't
works.
Jermaine, you be off right. Your first name is Jermaine? Nope. Then she ain't talking about us. That's all we got to say.
But you know, and again, that's why I said at some point, you know, I think black men are going to have to formally separate from black women. So, you know, a lot of this stuff is about this whole fallacious relationship we have of blackness. You know, this whole sort of convenient foil, you know, afforded to black women and put upon black men because they are the reason why black people are failing, or because we fail, or because we're in trouble, or because we're abused, or whatever. It's their fault. They created this circumstances. They created this thing that have us in this vulnerable, or in these vulnerable positions with these white women, with these white men, you know, with these Asian people or whatever. It's Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. You know, and I think until, you know, black men can formally separate and then be able to formally attack this dogma, this propaganda that has been built up over the last 50 years or so, it's just going to continue. and worsen.
No, I agree. And as a matter of fact, real quick, Leon, and Trell said it right here. And NASIC is more and more profitable. And NASIC, Black Uru is niggas ain't shit industrial complex, which we coined on my channel. So
Permission to ask Black Uru a question about his
Real- real-
point
wait,
after you finish your point, sir. After you
let's let
finish your
Leon go
point.
first.
No,
Let's
no
let Leon go,
problem.
and then you
Because
can
I
ask him.
did ask him a question on this point. He made a great point.
Mhm.
I'll be the last bastard to ask you. Everybody else go first. But I would
Okay.
love to ask Black Uru a question on his point, and he could
Okay.
expand more on it. But just allow
Okay.
me
Okay.
that. Next
All right.
person, I'm putting
All right.
myself on mute.
Hey, yo, just ask the question, bro.
No, sir. I got respect for you. If he
All
respects
right.
you, I got respect for you. It's your turn. I can wait.
All
All
right.
right. Go ahead,
So
Leon.
the interesting thing about the male gaze is reading feminist literature about black women, defying the male gaze by particularly how they dressed. So
Mm-hmm.
this takes place in how they view hierarchy and what they want. They want to defy inner city male gaze, but they want to go to other places and receive male gaze. So it's a class
Mm-hmm.
issue, it's a status issue, it's a hierarchical issue. Um, so when women go in the workplace, we already know they're getting banged by white guys. My mom even talks about this. She knows how many of her coworkers have been banged by white guys, and she says black guys try hard, but they do extra shit. And it's like, mom, where you are at your class, if a guy is trying to do extra shit to get a woman's attention, and he's averaging 80 to 120,000 in Texas, that tells you something about the women you work with. Because you're married, they're not. But on the other topic of particularly why she's giving that type of energy to people is because they're making, she views it and women views it as y'all are making fun of her because she lost a white guy. But if she lost a
Yes.
black guy, this wouldn't be a conversation. So y'all are actually perpetuating the idea that there is some fact to them being higher up the totem pole than you, and you're making it seem like she has to go back to niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. That is. Yeah. I understood. I understood her message, but at the end of the day, well, I understood the actual real message behind it, which is, you know, um, black men are dissing us. She didn't really go at the white girls like that though. That
Well,
was the like. It was like.
Mr. Z though,
Go ahead. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Z, you know what colorism equals classism. I mean, colorism plus classism equals white supremacy. So,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? So, black women know they place with white women. We're on the left, bro. We know there's a white woman behind a black glass, making sure all the leftists are behaving right, saying the right things. You know what I'm saying? So, black women aren't going to go up against white women or say too much because that's their check. That's their first line of getting a check, and it can be taken from them at any time. So they're not going to go directly at white women ever like that. It'll
Yeah.
always be white men and black men. They know their fucking place. You know what I'm saying? We know how powerful white women are. Some people don't.
Yeah. And it, I understand her coming out with the damage control, jabbing at us. And I agree with you. Like, we do understand the influence and the power of white women. I think black women got to be in their bubbles talking crap to each other for entirely too long, and now
Mhm.
they out here acting real reckless and speaking real reckless, and then are surprised when they get rebuffed. Right? They're
Mhm.
surprised when they're like, "Wait a minute, I can't say this." Yeah.
No,
Yes,
you've been
Cynthia
dating a
G, you
white
can't
man
say
for
neo-Nazi stuff. Real quick, LaShawn. Yeah, Cynthia G, you can't say neo-Nazi stuff about black men that overtly. Even the white folks gotta use dog whistle. You over
It's
here
not only
literally
that.
saying genocide. Come on now. Go ahead.
you
It's not
into
only that.
Cynthia G. Nah, damn.
It's not only that, but what happened in the early days is they were so used to their bubble, you know what I'm saying? But
Yes.
it's I guess for the last, I say 4 to 5 years, because due to intersectionality, you can go on Facebook. Every intersectionality group is packed full of white women. Like white women know the deal. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Hey, hold on. You don't mind muting your
Real,
mic,
real quick, LaShawn. Yeah.
but now, earlier days, black people, they had their algorithm. It was kind of harder to, like, just pick up on white people. Then you start hearing about groups and you collide with their algorithms. Now,
Mhm.
when black women say stuff, it's making it to white people. And then you have women that, deal with white people. So they intersect in both parties or groups and they get
Mhm.
pushed back down. You kind of, wait, huh?
Well,
LaShawn,
this is what
LaShawn.
I'm
happens.
sorry. No,
This
he's
is
right.
what happens. This is what happens when you.
So you can
This is
explain
what.
it better than I can, but you get what I'm saying. It's like, okay, they're well aware of everything that black people are talking about because they're interconnected to them now. So
Yeah.
they're watching us like white people watch love and hip hop now. You know what I mean? They're entertained. My coworkers are entertained by the shit. So it's not only subculture; it's being watched by the dominant culture.
Yeah. Go ahead, Black Uru. You gonna explain? You were gonna say something because Black Uru's been in them circles. Well, we all been in them circles, but Black Uru been in them circles, so I think he could peep what white women peep. Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah.
When black men and women were allied together, and black men were much, if not mostly, at the head of things, you could interdict to some degree the intrusion and even in some cases the sabotage of white people. But when black women essentially rejected black men for the favor of white people, they exposed their soft underbelly to the beast. And now you don't have Darrell and whatever to protect you from these people. See, because at least the presence of brothers would scare off a lot of ill-meaning white people. But they go into these situations where they're the only black people in the room. There are no black men in the room. And in a few cases where there might be ones, they've been so neutered
Rainbow
and sabotaged, exactly, and very often by black women, ironically, that they're not even in a position to defend black women. So black women have essentially enabled, their demise with these white people. When you should have been building up your sons, black men, supporting your husbands, et cetera, whatever, the people who would have been most motivated and interested in protecting you, you basically helped to sabotage most of them being able to do that.
You said that great, brother.
Can I ask the question to Black Guru because he's still on the point? Remember?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, and then we'll have PK, and then go ahead.
Black Guru, man, I'm serious. Are you the man on the mountain? You just walked down to tell us bastards what the hell we need to do to get halfway up the mountain? Because you was telling the truth right now. But let me ask you this question. Now here it is. Now, black men don't have problems with white women with what's the term value in the world. Nobody's gonna talk crap about it. But black women is mad. Now Kelsey can only date one woman, right? Why is it this many black women pissed off?
It's what he represents.
And he didn't pick them. And then the one black woman they support is on and off for 5 years. Bitch, this motherfucker's in the NFL making millions. And you his lady? And you off and on his ass? Okay, look, period. We all know what that is. Every man knows when a woman's off and on. And she playing games. And you in the NFL. And most of us ain't in the NFL or the NBA or National Hockey League or Major League Baseball. Hell, there's a Major League Soccer. We ain't in none of that. Now, she's stupid. Now, here it is. Black women think it. What they're trying to do is transition what they do to black men.
Hey, brother, I thought you had a question.
LaShawn. No, ask the question. LaShawn, ask the question so I can let everyone go.
Gentlemen, I'm making a point. I'm about to ask him the question.
Okay, I'm sorry, y'all.
That's an interesting guy.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
you
Hey,
know,
I
LaShawn
think
be
I kind of lost.
LaShawn be drunk
I
as
think his
hell, Black Uru.
question
Yeah, and
was.
this is a theme for LaShawn. Go ahead.
I think
Go
the
ahead,
question he was
Manly
No,
on
asking
you go
was.
ahead, PK.
disparate.
I don't need to hold up. I don't need to hold up the other gentleman. So go ahead.
Mhm.
Black Euro, so I'm gonna ask this question for him. He doesn't understand how one black woman represents something to other black women as if she's not in the door, and it's like he's not getting that when she breaks up with the white man. Is their belief is like there's no more of us in the building. How can we get back in the building if they just dropped off one sister out of the building? I think that's pretty much what he's
Well,
asking.
I mean, I think there are a combination of things that are happening there, but I don't think. I think you have to respect the title of the thread or the podcast. You know, Miss Ann stole a white man.
Mhm.
Um,
Mhm.
you know, if there's a symbol or an emblem of Miss Ann in America for the, I guess, what, 35 and under set, it's Taylor Swift.
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
mean, she's sort of the living emblem and symbol of white female supremacy, if you will. Super rich, blonde, famous, you know, dating all the guys that all the women, including the black women, want. I mean, she is as close to Miss Ann. You know, I said earlier on the Roger Report Live channel. You know, if this was an MCU movie, you know, Taylor Swift would be Thanos. You know, she would be King. You know, she would be the ultimate supervillain for black women. So it ain't just Travis Kelsey and them losing Travis Kelsey. It's
Mhm.
who they lost Travis Kelsey to, man. This is like the sum
Yeah.
of all
Yeah.
fears, man.
Yeah.
This is like the worst possible scenario for a lot of them.
Uh,
You know, so she represents a particular image in their mind, a nightmare, if you will, in their mind, in that spirit of this white girl destroying their dream of ascent. This super white girl, I'll use that term, the super white girl, super villain white girl, destroying their dream of ascent to white womanhood.
True.
That's what she represents.
I think
Oh,
you was
sorry,
trying to say
PK.
something.
Z, you Borgin.
Am I? Oh.
Okay,
Go
now
ahead,
you're good.
PK.
You were Borgin for a moment. Go ahead, PK.
Oh, it's on me. I didn't. Okay, cool. Well, I mean,
Well,
it's not really. This more so speaks to, I would say, and this is going to take a turn. I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of hijack the conversation here just for a second to make a broader social commentary on black women on the whole. As you mentioned a moment ago, this speaks more so about their ascent towards white womanhood. I think that's really the big issue, or the thing that ought to be focused on in this discussion, and really many of these discussions. I mean, many of these divestors and swirler acolytes are just mad at the fact that, you know, what Becky gets, she isn't able to get. And because of that anger, they lash out and they take it out on black men and become essentially pseudo white supremacists and blackface. So, I mean, this isn't anything new. This didn't pop up yesterday. They just mad. These hoes been mad that they can't be white, and they gonna stay mad because it ain't gonna never happen. And Brad's not gonna go ahead. He's not gonna do it. He done showed you. So this is more so. I would say these two people represent, these three people in this love triangle, quote unquote, are more so avatars to a larger point that's being shown here, which is that given the choice A white man isn't going to elevate a black woman if he has access to a Becky that he deems is worthy. And I think that's the biggest statement about any of this, in my opinion. And black women's complaints about this are really, number one, laughable, because not only do white women see it, white men see it as well. But it's sad because the black men who are seeing it, that would have otherwise chosen you, probably won't anymore.
Yeah.
And wouldn't, knowing what they know now.
And they should not.
If they didn't already.
Yeah.
And they should not choose those, because now you're second and fourth choice. And you're going to, because you're second, third, and fourth choice, you're going to suffer because of it. Because, you know, Mr. Z says this on a regular basis, is that the anger is due to the fact that black men somehow can't get them to make them turn them into Mrs. Cartwright. They can't elevate them to the same status that white women get. And, you know, the interesting thing is that, you know, black men are fine. You know, I mean, we're not happy with the situation that we have, but if we have the women's support, we're fine with what it is we're getting, as long as we have the support from the people who are actually a part of the group. But if they want to try to elevate themselves outside of the group with another race of men, well, then that's on them to do that. That's not on us to do it, and it's not our fault that they can't do it. What their issue is that, and their frustration is not only can they not do it, is that the men that they want aren't cooperating, and we're not helping them, you know, get there. Which why would we? Because, you know,
There's one.
Yeah, imagine beating up a white man because he said he's not attracted to black women. Imagine you would, you know, co-workers, y'all eating lunch and y'all talking about all the celebrity women y'all find attractive, and you pretty much got pretty much black women, maybe one or two non-black women, and he got nothing but white women, and then you be like, well, so you're not interested in black? What type of weirdo, lame losers are they trying to turn black men into?
I've had that conversation actually. I've had that conversation actually.
Kev, see, you done?
PK, but okay. Sorry,
yeah, I'm bringing you around.
Yeah, just
okay.
Real quick. Look, it's on them to get it. And, you know, one of the things I kind of saw when this whole swirl and divest movement kind of popped off, I said, look, if I'm a thinking white man, what I would do is, and I know these women actually want me, I would play around with them, do what I'm going to do with them. And then when I'm done with them, I'll send them back to their men, but I'll go ahead and choose a woman from my group. And that's literally exactly what's happening.
Yeah. And we don't even know how long this, like, let's be very clear. Let's not jump the gun too much. Travis Kelce could still end up with a black woman in the future. He could run through a bunch of white women, really got a thing for black women, and come back around in 10 years and marry a black woman. Nobody know how this is going to go. It's just fascinating to watch black women throwing a goddamn fit about it right now, though. Because the point still stands. Go ahead.
Okay. No.
Anyway.
Finish that part. Points.
No, that's what I'm saying. The point still stands. And let's let Nema go, and then Leon, then you say what you're gonna say. Go ahead, Nema.
Yeah. By the way, I need to catch up on a couple of things before I say what I gotta say. This is since you guys mentioned Kayla Nicole, did you also mention a chick named Maya Benberry?
Was that the other one that was on Inside Edition looking like a freaking loser?
The one who first of all, let's go back to Travis Kelce's dating profile, started from 2016. If people forget the little backstory about everybody, he had a reality show, kind of like The Bachelor, called Chasing Travis. Maya Benberry won that one.
That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah, that's her. Yeah.
Because remember, and that was short-lived as hell. And that was like, and by January the following year, she confirmed that they were no longer dating, which means, where did you fuck up regarding Maya? And then she claimed that, you know, he was cheating on her, that, you know, Travis was cheating on her with Maya Nicole.
Yeah.
Maya Nicole. Kayla Nicole. Kayla Nicole had dirty Mac. She had dirty Mac another black woman, and now she's a victim.
Yeah. I don't think she cared. Well, I listened to the video, and I think, as I was saying.
So we're gonna do Nema finish up, then we swing over to Leon, and then Chaos. Chaos is finally ready to speak. Okay, go ahead, Nema.
All right. First of all, he was already out of the relationship with Kayla Nicole once he got with that ended like last year, and then he was checking out Taylor Swift. Now, a lot of people Now, by the way, folks, check out Snowman in the morning because we broke down the whole situation, that relationship, and we also explained the business as how it benefits everybody in the business aspect of sports because every Chiefs game they show her in the private box with his mom, and apparently there's some kind of cross promotion between her and the NFL.
Taylor Swift, you're speaking. You're talking about
Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift. There's a cross promotion because I ain't bullshitting. Find the lie, as Snowman would say.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying, it's a done deal. That's a big chicken.
Yeah, that along with the bullshit that Maya Benbear was claiming Travis is a narcissist. If he is, I wouldn't be surprised. But then again, a lot of people know that Taylor Swift herself is actually a narcissist. There's also videos that prove that, especially her dating record. And the whole thing about having all the Swifties buy Travis Kelce's jersey, that's a business thing, right? But people forget it's also a power move on her part. Because if they break up, she's gonna put out a diss track about him, just like she's put out diss tracks.
We see it coming. We see it coming.
Yeah. And the fact that she's gonna try to, she's gonna hang that over his head, saying that without me, nobody would have known who you were. But he can overcome that by winning another NFL Super Bowl. He gets a third Super Bowl ring after they break up. He's like, Taylor who? Well, my point.
I don't know. Taylor Swift's pretty big name, so I don't know if anybody could ever say Taylor. Who.
It's a win-win. It's a win-win for Travis. He wins.
Either way, yeah.
If they get married and they become the super white couple, or it's a big breakup, and Travis is the bad boy football player, and he gets to run through all the rest of the starlets and entertainment business.
Yeah.
Watch it.
Yeah.
It's a win-win.
As I was saying. Yeah, it's a win-win because, but if they break up, I'm pretty sure a lot of Swifties are going to be burning his jersey, just like a lot of people burning their Nikes after Nike had that deal with what's his face.
Hey, you gotta buy a jersey. You gotta buy a jersey first to burn it. So that's all. That's all NFL cares about.
That's right. You ain't lying.
That's all NFL cares about.
But the thing about it is, you got two women who just bitching up because they can't be NFL wives. Because how many women want to be NFL wives? Taylor Swift, I don't think wants to be an NFL wife, unless it's in her long-term benefit. But she's 33. She don't look like the type she get the want to be settled down, whatnot. But let's
how old is Taylor Swift?
They're both 33.
I think she like
34 years old. 34.
Yeah,
34.
Yeah,
She's 33.
She definitely in her mid-30s. Yeah.
I did not realize she was that much. Like she was right there behind. I always thought this whole time, and I should have looked it up. I'm thinking 28. Right?
No, man. No.
Yeah. I forgot.
Hold on. Let me say something. You gotta remember when she was in that award show when Kanye snatched the mic out of her. That was in the late 2000s.
Yeah, you're right.
She's an '80s baby. She's 34 years old. If you're picking up, go Google it right now.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
It would not surprise me. It would not surprise me that if she married. It would not surprise me. For a number of reasons. For a number of reasons, it would not surprise me. No, it would not surprise me.
Go ahead, Black Uru, and then finish up Black Uru, then PK, because I think PK was trying to say something. Then we'll go back to Skip. Leon, go ahead. I forgot about Leon.
So she's 34. So either way it goes, if he has kids, whatever, either way it goes, if they choose to have kids.
That's one of the reasons why it would not surprise me if she married him, because she is
that 34. Age. That age.
She is at some point. Fertility is going to be an issue.
Yeah, Leon, go ahead.
I'm not speaking on fertility or anything like that. I'm just saying positioning of her class, and he's a high, basically he's a better looking white guy than she can get anywhere. let's just say it. Plus, he's tall. She's tall. Great genetics for both of them. They both win, regardless if the relationship works or not. That kid's growing up perfect life. But on the other side of it,
And he is
brother.
Right.
So on the other part is we have these ideas about why black women won't change what they do. They're well aware if you educate black boys that they're just going to assimilate to other cultures. We're well aware of seeing this now. It just is what it is. If you educate your black boys, that means they're going to be in STEM fields where it has a minority of black women in already. Like I have a health science degree. I'm back in school and working, but when I go to class, I'm the only black guy in there. There might be 2 or 3 black women. There's a whole bunch of Asian and white girls and a few Hispanic women. But there's only 3 guys in that class that I'm in right now. And that's what I'm saying. They already understand the more you educate black boys, the more likely they are to assimilate. So they're not in support of that anyway.
Let me read these real quick.
First of all, I disagree with that, but I want to go back to what I was saying, and that is to put a finer point on what you were saying earlier, brother. Is Travis Kelce is also the first real man type that she's ever been with. I mean, he's like a real man. You know, he's not one of these fruity tooty musicians or actors or
that's what I was saying.
One of these little guys who shorter than she is and all that guy. He's the first guy she's been with where she could seriously look up to him. So she probably on a physical level probably have a different sort of response to him than she's had to those other dudes.
That's what I'm saying. I was comparing it to what would actually be available to her, and I said the guy's a good looking guy.
I love the banter, man. But listen, I want to jump in once he gets done reading them super chats, man.
Let me get in real quick. Mr. Shug to you, thank you for the super sticker, and thank you for your comment. And he says, and thanks for the super chat. He says, why didn't she come up pregnant in those 5 years? Ooh, she might have tried to baby trap him. It didn't work. Right,
I'll answer that. I got to answer it. The reason why she get pregnant because Kelsey did not pray her up. That's why.
Wait, say that again.
Kelsey did not want to knock her up. That's why.
Oh yeah. No, I would agree with that. I agree with that.
And how we can prove it? Because then they said black women like using condoms. Last time I checked.
Yeah. Yes.
So it was a white dude that's a millionaire. You think they're not gonna hesitate and say, "All right, bust a white woman, bust in me, shoot up the club." This white man, oh nah, bitch. Nah,
right. But let's let Black Uru go. But let me read this last comment. And the Roger report says, and I'm a little lost with this comment. Somebody gotta have to. And the Roger report says, y'all are wrong. Travis has been with Kelsey, Kayla. So okay, now I get it. Okay, y'all are wrong. Travis has been with Kayla for 5 years. He stole her youth. He owes her football career. He owes his football career. I know what you're saying. Because of the last 5 years, I really do think she feels like this. I think all of her people feel like this.
Yeah.
I agree with Raj on this. They're trying to cover this up with Taylor's career. I agree. You know what, Raj? I agree 100% with that.
Yeah,
and that's always that you took the best years from me type of talk, right? I wasted my time with you. I wasted my life. Yeah, I wasted the best 5 years of my life. Yeah, I agree. I agree with Raj on that.
Sometimes we move forward. Sometimes we move forward too quickly, and I'm unable to respond to the things as they come out. You move right past it. We don't.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead. What you want to go back to?
Man, we move past the shit now.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Do your thing, bro.
It was what the thing was we were actually talking about the whole Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce and whether that situation was going to work out. Not that it had anything to do with the overall point that we're at now, but
no. Go ahead.
I'm a bit skeptical of that going anywhere. Now, the reason I say that doesn't have anything to do with black women or white people or anything like that. It's actually just by virtue of Taylor Swift. If you look into her background and her dating history, she doesn't seem like a person who's going to be able to be married. She doesn't, period. She doesn't. She's not. Now, do I think they're of the same class? Sure, to some extent, except for she got more money, and more fame. Let's be honest. Nobody really knew who Travis Kelce was before Taylor Swift came into the picture. We just knew he was a random white dude who was in the NFL.
Football people knew. Football people knew.
Right.
Yeah,
Besides
you guys
football
got to
people.
stop doing that. People who follow football know who Kelsey is.
Mm-hmm.
We don't
The
even
vast
see
majority,
Taylor Swift is not even that big of a deal.
the vast majority of people know Taylor Swift around the world versus Travis Kelce. I get all of that. It's just these two people are not equal. Not when it comes to fame, not when it comes to money. The statuses are not the same. They're similar, not the same though. You're looking at two different pictures. But all that aside, like I said, when it comes to their relationship, working out, I wish them the best, but I don't think so based on her. Based on her.
I know. We've mentioned that. We've mentioned that. And no. And and as a matter of fact, I said that earlier in my monologue, which is like this could last all of. It might not even last till Christmas, right? That's very possible. But it's the reaction from Black women and the fact that they redirect to, once again, it's always Jermaine's fault, right? So that's why I'm responding to it. But I agree with you that we know Taylor Swift's history. We understand, but Black Guru does make a really good point. Travis Kelce, and I don't the individual dudes, but yeah, Travis Kelce is the first dude that built is the way he is, that she's entertained, that we know of. So they're very
Travis Kelce is not John Mayer.
Yeah.
And,
he's not Joe Jonas, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, exactly. And Telescope says the Roger Report is being facetious, but even with that, it's actually pretty, it's really a good point, because I really do think that this is a serious sentiment amongst Kayla Nicole's supporters, which is go ahead.
I thought he was coming from the heart until I couldn't see the yellow behind the emojis at first.
Yeah.
I thought he was coming from the heart.
No, he was being sarcastic.
Yeah, but I think it's a really good point though.
Oh, it is.
I think it's a really good point, because I think that's a lot of it is that. A lot of it is that, and it is a feeling of ownership. It is a feeling of the kind of swaggy white dude with Black friends, and you're still gonna be able to kind of throw him in other Black men's faces, and it didn't work out that way. So, and then he not only did it, okay, Kayla Nicole lost him to another Black woman. That would have been a different conversation, right? And they stayed dirty macking on each other. We understand that also, right? But it's the fact that they broke up and she did this negative PR stuff against him, and he only spent $100 in so many years, and they always have to go 50-50, et cetera, et cetera. And then he ends up, at least right now, being with the super rich, the Karen of all Karens, right? Miss Ann, and I think that much of their it's not just anger. What's the
Becky? That's Mrs. Cartwright. That's not Miss Ann.
Oh, that's me. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Miss Anna's more grandma. Yeah, that's Miss Cartwright. Yeah, that's Miss Cartwright.
Yeah,
that's yeah. And all of that negative PR, and then he's with Miss Cartwright.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
It hurt. It burns.
Of course, it's gonna burn.
Oh, damn. Hey, I'm sorry, Buckley. I'm sorry. But you did it to yourselves.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, to back up what PK said, if she was gonna marry, she almost had a chance to get married to one dude. However, the problem was she was 20. She was 22. He was 18, and this was a Kennedy.
Oh,
I think it was either RFK Jr. or JFK Jr.'s kid. Not sure. They say Connor Kennedy, and the family just told her to back off, basically, because they would not.
Wait a minute. So no. The reason why I laughed is because y'all also forget that they're saying that his mom, Travis Kelce's mom, is so happy that the rumor in the rumor mill is that she's happy that he's kind of dating Taylor Swift. So that's two families that said, yeah, you can have fun. Exactly. Yeah. His mama Wyte. That's what Big Kev said earlier. His mama Wyte. Exactly. Let me pause for this real quick before you go in, BGS. and Rogish could remember me saying this. People that remember this stream will remember me saying this. Yo, them white parents be blackmailing the crap out of their white children to not marry you and take you seriously. Now, Travis Kelce's situation obviously is a little different, but yeah, I said it because I've been around. The white parents be like, you want your uncle's classic Mustang? Yeah, you ain't getting it if you marry this black girl. You want your granddad's house is supposed to go to you. Yeah, you ain't getting it if you marry this black girl. Y'all think I was joking when I said it?
No, it happens all the time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know where, but man, I said it earlier, BGS. I don't know what black women think. I don't know what country they've been living in over the past 50 years.
They know.
But they're sounding delusional as hell.
They're lying. Okay, they know.
Yeah.
They know what the game is. Okay, that's why you think I actually had that rule, right? For actually designed the 3 levels for black women, right? If that a man knows whether you're gonna be his wife within, I say, 6 weeks to 6 months. Okay, you might not actually get married, but he knows you qualify, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you was a jump off. Come on now, stop.
It's the sound of your voice. It's the father voice.
Come on, I said the same thing with what's his name, Keke Palmer's dude, right? Come on, man. You know where your place is. Stop.
Can I ask BJS a question?
Go ahead.
Man.
Yeah, if you get a super chat.
But I'm a stutter when I say it.
Oh yeah, wait, everyone. Y'all heard BGS. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. BGS taxes in effect per BGS. Go ahead, y'all.
Because this is not my show. So if you ask me questions, it's not my show. Donate to the host. But go ahead.
I did. I'm a stutter when I
Leon
say
did. He did.
Believable.
Okay, all right.
I'm a stutter when I say to make it believable. But what about you?
That is the gamble that you take. I mean, basically, come on. I mean, I don't know.
I'm trolling. That's why I said I'm a stutter when I say it.
Oh yeah, what I'm saying is that
sound like a personal problem, goddamn.
This chick, who are you? Okay, you dating an NFL player. I don't care if he's sitting on the bench. He's in the NFL. Who are you? Okay, really? You got your NFL
you heard their hearts.
Yeah, you dating an NFL athlete. Okay, they wouldn't even know you if you wasn't dating him. Okay, they wouldn't even know you. Okay, same thing. So basically, what is it? How they say? Was it big bank take little bank?
Big bank take little bank.
Okay.
Big bank take little bank. God damn, BGS.
I don't. It doesn't really. The color, the color doesn't really matter when it comes to somebody of Taylor Swift's ilk, right? Doesn't matter if she came calling, especially in sports is entertainment, right? And he's at the place where he's got to establish a brand, okay? So if there's somebody can help you establish a brand, baby, this is business. I don't, regardless of whether he loves her or not, whether she stays 3 weeks or 3 months or 3 years, it doesn't matter. You get one crack at somebody that can give you a brand. One crack, okay? So it doesn't matter. So you can complain all you want because ain't nobody listening to you. Because all of a sudden your jersey sales go up because she shows up at a game. Come on.
Look, once I saw them and read those that Travis Kelce downgraded, I'm like, oh,
downgraded.
Y'all I don't know what world y'all living on, what planet, what era y'all are really talking about. Oh boy,
remember Aesop's fables?
You understand that if you've raised young black women recently, and you understand what Taylor Swift means to black women 35 and under. She is literally the Thanos character to me.
I'm inevitable.
She literally is. If there's one white female under age 35 that young black women hate, it's Taylor Swift. That's what she represents.
I thought it was Kim Kardashian, but apparently
no, not to the 35 and under set. No,
okay.
Mrs. Z.
Go ahead.
2 things I gotta mention that's relevant, considering what Black Guru just said. If you remember the show Dear White People,
yes,
Sam White, you remember the white boyfriend? He called her out for a bullshit and said, first of all, you grew up in a white neighborhood, you have a white father.
Yep.
And your favorite artist is Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
He mentioned that, Secondly, regarding this whole thing about what you said about being disinherited and whatnot, does anybody remember the series Roots: The Next Generation?
No.
BGS Black Room might remember this. There was a character. The Colonel had a younger son, James Warner.
Yeah.
He marries a black woman, and his father said, and when he met his father looked at him and said, "I can no longer have you in my house. From this day forward, you are a nigger."
Yep.
And he had to live with the black folks.
I remember it. I don't remember that series, but I definitely remember that line.
You are a nigger. His younger son. His younger son married a black woman. At the same time, what's his face? Chicken George's oldest son, Tom. When his daughter brought a young light-skinned brother to the house to meet and for his approval and whatnot, he turned them away.
Yeah.
Tom's wife scolded him about that. You talking about, how dare you talk, and called him a hypocrite about this, because first of all, your grandfather was a slave owner. Said, "Don't remind me of the white blood in me." I don't want to be reminded about the white blood in me, despite I'm dark skinned. And for black women to act like this and to say, about the whole thing about, first of all, you'll never be white. I mean, in Africa,
I don't think they care for the phenotype though, Naima. It's and I keep on stressing it, right? Like, it's not so much the phenotype, although I think there are black women that really got an issue with this. It's the political and social power of white women. It's what it means to be a upper middle class and above, even solely middle class and above white woman in these United States of America. That's the issue, right? It's what they envision that power to look like, that proxy power to look like, right?
Status, yeah.
Yeah, that's that exactly. And let me read this real quick. Passport OG says, if you believe, quote unquote, speak it into existence, you'll think this would work. This could work. And they really do be talking all that manifest talk. Exactly, Passport OG. Yeah. But go ahead, Name.
I wanted to talk about your Passport OG sometime. That's something I want to talk to him about.
Okay.
But anyway,
Passport OG, you gotta hit up Name or vice versa, or how that's gonna work. But yeah,
I can talk. But like I said, this whole thing about the whole status and everything. I mean, first of all, even in my own family, my extended family, and I'm non-ADOS, but I've got friends and family who are in interracial marriages and relationships, dark skin and light skin, especially the women. But they don't talk like this about being elevated to that status, because they know who they are, they know what they are.
You don't understand because you're not ADOS.
Yeah, you're not American. You don't know what you don't know how all this stuff relates together, and how it stems from slavery. But then the whole what they call it, the cassage, or what was that in New Orleans? The whole blending of status and relationships between black men and I mean, it's just a whole lot of that happened in this country throughout its history, and all of it was this thing, the ain't I a woman and all this. It was all about getting to some place in which white men will look at them at the same or higher level than they look at white women.
I'd
rather be a white man's concubine than a nigga's wife. Okay,
I said it earlier. I mentioned it earlier.
Let me run this by you, Naima. This shit happens in Africa too. You just don't. They just haven't developed language to describe it. They don't actually describe it. They don't define it the same way we do as ADOS people because of our experience. That's the difference.
Not to this extent. Not nearly.
It's not to this extent, but I did. But real quick, Naima, I did see a couple. I thought it was the same woman, but it's not. A couple of pictures of black women literally holding up signs saying, "I'm looking for a white man." I'm like, is this Photoshop? No, it's real.
Yeah. No, it's real. It's real. The thing is, the difference is they don't hate their men.
Yeah,
they don't hate their men. No, it's just that they prefer.
Our women do.
Yeah. Not only do they not hate the men, the thing is like, that white man, it's represents something a little different for them. For some, it's a way out. It's it is a status symbol in a sense, because especially if you go to other parts of the world, not just like Africa, but parts of Asia and whatnot.
No, you're right. You're right.
In places where you're of low status, low caste, and whatnot, and a white dude marries you, he elevates you in a sense, yes, but not to the status of white womanhood like that. But for others, it's a means, it's a way, because what does the white man represent? A means, he has status, wealth,
means to an end.
A means to an end, foreign citizenship,
and access to the white society.
Yes, more or less.
And that's what black women feel like they'll get in America dealing with white dudes, right?
Keyword is feel.
Exactly why I use that word, right? And the outcome, forget all of this. The issue is then the way they speak, treat, and think of black men juxtaposed to white men. Black men do not care. We already know black women been getting down with white women. Excuse me, that too. But they've been getting down with white men for the longest, right? So, right, Freudian slip there. But yeah, we know they've been getting down with white men for the longest, right? If we'll be nice to them and say, if we don't want to count slavery, right, then which they would consider under duress, okay, fine. We know they've been getting down with white men since Jim Crow, right? It's the way they then view black men and relationship with black men because of it, right? Because of the juxtaposition of black men and white men. Outside of that, black men don't really care about what black women do with their vagina. Go ahead.
Well, look, because of the particular history of this country, there's a certain amount of guilt that is associated with their dealings with white men. And the way they get around the guilt is to blame our black asses for it.
Yes.
If you hadn't put me in this position, I wouldn't have to degrade myself like this with this white man. Now, that don't mean that she don't actually want to be with that white man, because very often she probably actually really do want to be with that white man, but she feels guilty about that, so I get to blame him for it. I get to blame Jermaine for it.
Yes. And that's the way the mind tries to justify certain things. So like at the end of the day, it really is, look, I can't justify this. Understanding that you come from this particular class of people, right? Designated black, designated as the permanent underclass, right? Doing your damnedest to try to fight against that for you as an individual, not for the collective. Getting to a certain position where you catch the eye of a well-to-do white man, and then trying to ride that out, giggity, pun intended, as long as you possibly can. And when it doesn't work, then you get the Ebony K. Williams, right? Then you get the young lady crying in her car because the frat bro did what white frat bros do. Then you get Kayla Nicole. And in all three cases, and there's so many more, there is this insistence in bringing this conversation back to black men lacking, right? And so I'm just backing up what Black Guru was saying, but they always have to bring it back to, it's always Jermaine's fault. Black men are messing up, and that is why I did what I did. And even though it failed, right? And look at the framing of how Kayla Nicole tried to frame this. At the end of the day, essentially, we're mocking her for taking a chance on love. No, lady, we mocking you because you, lame ass, pursued the white dude after he liked a couple of your pictures. You tried to hold on for 5 years, and apparently you weren't holding on the right way, right? Giggity. And then when you finally let go and break up, a year later, he's dating Taylor Swift. We're making fun of you because you look desperate. And other black women look desperate as hell trying to defend your image.
Yeah, Kayla Nicole would have been better off not saying anything.
And you were stupid enough to say that he only spent $100 on you.
Yes.
Now you thought that was
your camera's on, Charles. You want it to be on?
You thought that was an insult to him.
Okay, Charles, I'm about to bring you up. Put your camera on. I'm sorry, Black. Go ahead.
You insulted yourself.
Yes.
You thought it was an insult to him. You basically made him look like a pimp. Yes. You know, when I heard that, I was like,
shit, where you at? I need to slap time with him. and here's the thing: we know this as a black man. We know no way in hell you would have hung up under a wealthy black man for 5 years, and he only spent $100 on you.
Yep.
So you all the way show what you are by what you publicly admitted to doing.
And I didn't know that she, and who was it that was it you name it that said she tried to get with a Kennedy also?
Swift tried to get with a Kennedy, younger Connor Kennedy was his name.
Okay, so
he was 18.
Oh, Taylor Swift. Oh, you're talking about Taylor Swift. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. I did kind of background noise hear that before. I didn't know you were speaking about Taylor Swift. I thought you were talking about but yeah. So look, this okay. I look at women like Miss Nicole as very, very dangerous, because after that encounter, not so encounter, I don't think black men should have anything to do with her, especially after this kind of sneak dissing at black. Like, all black men need to hard stop on her and leave her out there for whoever the hell else outside of the black community, or maybe a black woman wants to deal with her, right? Because if she wasn't alpha widowed before, I would argue she just got alpha widowed, right?
Well, if it all plays out right, she's the new Ebony K.
Yes, exactly. Yes, and that's my point. Exactly. So, brothers, y'all go after her at your own risk, but yeah, especially with this sneak dissing and essentially her saying that we mocked her for just trying to do the love thing. Black women in this moral high ground bullshit, man. So
this wasn't just about love. This was also about status and position.
Exactly.
The other thing
exactly.
Is that, Travis Kelce was actually on a podcast with a group of black men, and he was and one of the guys asked him about, is it true you only spent like $100? And he said something, whatever it was he said. They kind of laughed about it, and then they let it go. They weren't even mad at him.
Yeah, no, he said that. No, that's BS. Like, we were together for 5 years, so I spent money on her like this, and she spent money on me like that, and it got to be. And essentially, he was saying, like, it's BS. Y'all know there's no way I would have been with no woman and only spent $100. And you're right, and then they just moved on.
Yeah,
exactly.
And, mad at him. And why would we be mad at him? What for? That's because she didn't have to stay. That's on her. See, one of the things that women do is they try to figure out a way to kind of somehow blame the man for the decision they're making.
Yes.
Look, if you weren't getting what you wanted, then I don't know why you had. Then the question becomes, why are you there for like 5 years?
Come on, Jermaine.
And then you're going to sit here and burn your prime years and everything else.
Come on, Jermaine.
At some point, you got to make a decision.
Come on, Jermaine. You know what it is. Come on, Jermaine.
Yeah.
Stop.
It was Jermaine's fault.
No, it's Jermaine's fault.
Hey, see, I want to ask.
Speaking of Jermaine,
let Kevin and then Naaman go ahead, Big Cup. Go ahead, Kevin. See, I said Big Cup. Go ahead.
So the thing was is that somehow, black men have put black women in a position to have to go after white men. Yes. Interestingly enough, black men are not responsible for the position that black women are in. They don't, so what it is they're dismissing how black people got in the position that they're in the first place. Black men and black women. We didn't create this position. We didn't create this socioeconomic, designation and do everything we could to stay at the bottom. That's not a position that we.
Kev C, can I ask you something?
On ourselves.
Are they dismissing it? Wait, everyone. Wait. And by the way, elder privilege is in effect. Wait, Kev C. Are they dismissing it, or are they blaming black men for the position?
They're doing both. They're blaming black men for the socioeconomic position that black men and women are in, and they're completely dismissing how it became that way in the first place. That's just a convenient thing that they do in their mind. It's the mental gymnastics.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And by the way, this is why I say always to BGS, stop trying to make sense out of this and try to make it's not consistent. It's not about making it really is feeling. It's pure unadulterated, and the fact that a lot of these people, and not maybe so much Miss Nicole, but a lot of these people, they live on the internet. We create content, we listen to much of it, what each other has to say, but like they stay in their bubbles. This is why my outro is often, and not even often, my outro is also go check out other non-Black Manosphere content. These people are only watching this type of stuff. This gossip girl, entertainment, social media, BS all day, every day. That's all they watch and listen to. So they're in bubbles, just regurgitating the same dumbass shit to each other over and over again. And when they come out in the real world, they think they can regulate a white man because he's with the famous rich white women. Are you crazy? But that's what happened when you're 23 and 25 years old, and this is all you've been consuming for the past 10, 15 years. Good.
They don't think they can regulate a white man. They just can utilize the white man treating them like they're supposed to get treated as a way of garnering empathy and martyrdom. They don't. She stayed with that white man for 5 years. She knows she couldn't control what Travis Kelce was going to do. Travis Kelce was going to do what the hell Travis Kelce wanted to do, and she stayed with him for 5 years anyway. You know, her thing is after the fact to say won't be gone is me, and you all need to feel sorry for me. And let's do the sister girl coven martyr thing, and let's try to triangulate a way to blame this shit all on Jermaine.
Yeah.
It's
Look,
always Jermaine's fault.
always.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night, and woo.
I smell abandoned buildings. Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, it must be waterlogged too, because
No. No, we drown. We don't got abandoned buildings. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's why they're abandoned. They're waterlogged. Anyway, like you motherfuckers are 3 steps away from being Atlanteans. Anyway.
I know somebody from Baltimore ain't talking about 3 steps when you got a freaking song talking about 5 steps. Go ahead.
At least we got a song.
You know,
Shit,
in Baltimore, they call him Namor. In Miami, they call him Namor.
Right?
Oh no,
Leave me out of this. Oh wait, you were talking about me.
We like to keep it Aquaman. We don't put bones in our fucking noses.
Oh man. No, y'all got septum rings. Y'all over there right next to DC. Y'all got the girls with the septum rings. Go ahead. You don't got shit for that. Leave that one, Charles. You don't got shit for that. Let me get that one victory. Next. Anyway, go ahead, Mr. Aries.
Yes, you do, because they get piercings everywhere else in Miami.
You're right, though. You're right about that.
But
and packing silicone like a motherfucker.
The point is that, like I've said it before, a lot of these females would do shit, stick with a white guy longer, and then they would do a black guy. And I think it was Black Uber who said, would she be with a black guy who's a multi-millionaire pro athlete for 5 years and he only pays for $100 worth of shit in totality?
First of all, let's and I'm happy you said that, Charles. First of all, you taking a tally. 5 years you took. I mean, you counting. That's if we believe her. I don't really believe it, to be honest with you. But okay, if we believe her, that means you keeping count for 5 years, and you finally let go after 5 years when you realize you ain't gonna get the wedding ring. This is fucking lame, bro. This is lame.
And see, here's talking without talking. What happened is that she had a 5-step program because you knew she was going to divorce that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Because she wanted that money. But yeah, the beautiful thing about 90% of black women, they're their own worst. You know, they always know how to fuck it up. They're gonna say and do something to fuck up the bag. Yeah. Like, and people, like I said before, when this 18-year-old tried to check me, but I ended up fucking embarrassing her. She's like, okay, if you're saying this about marriage, how come you don't get married? I said, tell me about your mom. Women like your mother is the reason why I'm not married.
Ooh.
What do you mean? I said, I'm pretty sure your mom is an aggressive ass woman. Well, she can be. I said, I'm pretty sure that she's not the nicest person to be around. Is she married? Well, yeah. Is she happily married? And I think that's the part where people fail to answer the question. Well, you got to understand. No. She's separated. Why would I want to listen to her? Because she can't admit that if a woman can't admit to you where she fucked up in a relationship, she's a narcissist.
Charles, you know where I hear more black women say about their mothers when they talk about relationships that they actually pity their position in the relationship more than being single when they're in relationships.
That's a fact.
So
That's a fact.
Shout out to Molly and Insecure.
it's like she wasn't educated enough. My dad controlled it. It's always
Yep.
something. It's just
Yep.
like, geez, like.
I've
And
always,
this came from one of my banking friends. She makes a lot of money up in Dallas, but she pitied her mom. I'm just like, well, I couldn't even comprehend it. It's like, okay, you're saying that from where
Yeah,
you sit
because they
now.
see they see all intimate relationships with men in general, then black men specifically, even well-to-do black men, as inherently oppressive. It's a very feminist worldview. They think all of these relationships are oppressive. They want the freedom. They just want your money to fund their freedom.
they basically look at you as a burden.
Yes. Yes.
And they really look at you as a mark. That's why I said you can never truly have a relationship with them. It's how kind of like me in Iraq, how I looked at QRF. It was a mission. You go from one mission to the next mission. You could call one mission to the next mission to the next. You're focusing on that mission until it's over.
Mm-hmm.
See, the craziest part about it is that I've always asked this question to a lot of black women. Why should we even deal with you? We
Hey,
already
can you hear
know.
me?
I'm starting to really
Yeah, we can hear you,
Loud and
PK.
clear.
All right,
I'm
thanks.
starting to really think about and come to a hypothesis. Are they even truly capable of love? And I'm really starting to come to that point where I'm
Get
like,
out of there, Charles. Get out of there.
I'm gonna get in it. Fuck it. If I'm deep, I'm gonna be
No,
hell. Not
no,
the
Charles.
first
You
time
know
I
what,
went.
Charles?
Not the first
What
time
do
I
I?
went deep.
No, Charles, but no, because what you're saying is what I said. I just used different words, which is if you have a neoliberal assessment of men and masculinity, right? So you put a market value on everything. I think pretty much a lot of women, most women born in the past 50 or so years, I don't think they know what you're talking about. I think they look at everything as I think the white man won in the way to manipulate people and women and forward a worldview that is beneficial for him. I think when
I
you
think
listen to them, go ahead.
I think you guys are missing the mark. You guys are having the wrong thoughts if you're talking about if women are capable of love. I told you a long time ago, man. You are barking up the wrong tree. Love is a fiction invented by men. It always has been, bro. You want to change it to perceive it as if it's something that women are largely have been doing. You see these different interactions that you have with women as well, but no, they aren't. Not largely.
They
There
don't love.
are individual.
They don't love
There
like
are
men.
individual. Right.
I agree with that, BJS.
You
I
know,
agree with that.
just like men emote differently than women. Okay,
Yes.
men love differently than women do, and women love differently than we do. We have to understand how they express and how they deal with love. And most, a woman loves you when she tries to mother you, because that's how she expresses love. But most men can't stand that shit.
I don't even think it's that, BGS. And people, contrary to popular belief, me and BGS disagree sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm normally right.
Wait, Charles, are you saying that we're not BGS ass kissers? Are you saying that we have minds of our own, Charles?
Contrary to popular belief,
Yeah,
there's a couple of times.
There's another hashtag. It's called BGS butt.
Right?
Yeah. Although as a married man for over 30 years, I agree with BGS. If you can tell by how much a woman loves you, by how much she mothers you, by how much she frets about your health, make sure you attend your doctor's appointments, and baby, please watch out. Don't do the gutters. Pay that boy down the street to do the gutters. That's how you determine love.
I'm maybe for your generation.
No, it's still there. It's still
but even for our generation, I'm going millennials on down. Maybe some younger gens.
I got two daughters, Charles. I know what I'm talking about.
And I'm gonna tell you why.
I
A
got two
lot of the
daughters, Charles.
mothers.
Let him get some space, BA. Let me see
All
where
right,
Charles is
okay,
gonna go
let's
with this.
do it together.
Let's see.
I
Let's
know.
see.
Why?
I gotta
You know what it
get
smells
EGS.
like, though, Mr. Z?
I gotta
I know what you're gonna say. Smell like.
Bullshit.
I
Go
gotta
ahead.
hit EGS for this own word. Can I
Right.
talk?
We need
Can
this
I? Right.
conversation to take
Hell
a whole
no. Go
show.
ahead. Go
Right.
ahead.
I gotta tell you why. I look at a lot of the mothering shit as just another way for a bitch to get control, and it's
Yep.
like and it's hard,
Yeah.
and it's
That too.
hard
That too.
because it's like for the longest time, I've said this before. I don't really. It's very hard for me to. I'll listen to what a bitch say, but I'll watch what she do, and I'll see what she responds. And a lot of that mothering shit is more because she wants to be in control. And
Including
you
her
ever
children?
seen a black woman who doesn't have control?
Including her
It's
children?
the nuttiest shit you'll ever see.
Including her
They're-
children?
Huh?
Including her children?
I can't hear
The
you.
mothering.
Yeah.
It's when she doesn't have control, she looks like she's about to jump off a fucking bridge. And it's amazing. Like,
You can argue that's a people thing, though, Charles.
Yeah.
it's
And
well,
white women don't want control, but they do the exact same thing. They
So
Literally.
let's go back. Let's roll
but
this
that's
back
the
if you
part.
don't
That's the
mind.
part
This
about
is
it.
important.
It's like you could be doting.
Charles, you go and then PK go
You know,
after Charles. Go ahead, Charles.
You could be doting,
Mhm.
which would be the term, and white women dote.
No,
Black women mother.
no. White women mother their husbands. They do.
Yeah, they do. As a matter of fact, remember when and they tried to make this little cutesy thing between Bill and Hillary Clinton. Y'all remember they would be like, well, because of the way he eat, and we all know Bill Clinton like diet, whatever. But yeah, we would go to Hillary and get her to get him to eat right, to work on his diet. So like, yeah, this is a thing. Like, yeah, they it's the same type of dynamic if they quote unquote love you.
That's doting.
Yeah.
So, but mothering is controlling.
No,
So let's roll this back. This is the point, and this is something that was asked, well, not asked, but stated, and it's really something you actually need to get a grip on pretty early on when you start to seek relationships. Otherwise, you're gonna go into it looking for all the wrong things. At least if you expect to be loved in the same way that you perceive it as a man, you're not gonna find that. That's not what you're gonna get.
Remember
Not typically.
Remember when PK I said when how women express love and it was through mothering, men don't understand it because they see it as control. That's where they see it. We don't see it the same way. So because men show love differently.
You men are incapable of love. Shout out Princella.
Right?
Good
point. Good point, Jesse.
Princella the pimp.
Well, that's partially true. I mean, shit. What's love got to do with it? Shit, I made a hit song again.
Thank you, Tina Turner.
Right. No, look, Princella's just a broken chick that went through Mr. Z's step process where I told y'all they deal with black men and they deal with non-black men, then they start eating vagina, and she literally did that. So
you can find out that we perceive it differently by virtue of the types of love, quote unquote, music that we make.
Well, you got to think about it. Well, you got to think.
I agree with PK on that point.
Well, Priscilla eats so much fish that her name ought to be Arthur Curry. Look it up. So I mean,
what?
I mean, go look up who Arthur Curry is.
I'm gonna look it up. That's why I said what. Yeah. But yeah, no, she look. The fact that that's hysterical, KFC. The fact that you brought up Princella, bum ass. Anyway, man, I'm gonna leave it alone. But yeah, so but
we still
with
talking
Kayla,
about a bum bitch named Priscilla.
Ain't she just a
wait a minute,
ain't she just a pimp?
15 miles from current location.
That's my car. That's my car telling me, because I can't be this loud in the house. That's my car telling me that we have South Florida is gonna be South Florida in about 15 minutes or so. Anyway, go ahead, y'all.
Which right?
In other words, it's gonna be raining.
Ain't this Princella chick just a pimp lesbian style?
Yep.
I mean,
Yes,
that's what it
literally.
Yeah.
Oh, pimpstress.
Yeah, literally.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Z.
Yes.
First of all, We keep forgetting to do that. But anyway,
only in Florida.
we need a hysterical moment here. We got a hysterical moment. Z,
No, I was waiting for BGS to interject and say Toya need to do it now, but
yeah.
I was
She does it better.
I promise you. The other day she did it wrong on purpose. I was like, thank you, Toya, for protecting my sensibility, my heart. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Only in Florida.
I'm just wondering. You know, which drive-through you heading to this time?
I'm not actually. My girl cooked and yeah, I'm gonna go inside. The food is cold as hell now, but I'm gonna go inside and warm up food and eat.
Why are you in the car then? Why don't you be what? She don't like our conversation?
Because I'm this loud. They got loud. She didn't even have to tell me. She never said anything to me. I just like, yo, I'm not.
You are loud. You are loud.
He
loud
turns down
and
the black when he goes in the house.
You forgot.
Like, you know why too? Because when I record in the house, I know they're like, I always read the comments like, yo, Z's being kidnapped right now. Why is he speaking so low? Why is he using his inside voice? Why is he whispering? Because I'm like, hey y'all, so thank you for joining. And I speak this low when I'm in the house, and I hate doing that shit.
Mr. Z's tied up to a chair with no bottom, and they're swinging a weight.
Comments like that. I get comments like that when I record in the house.
He's tied up to a chair like James Bond.
Blink twice if you need help.
Exactly. No, somebody really did say that though. Somebody really did say that. So I like being this loud, like, you know. So as a matter of fact, I'll tell her like, yo, I'm going to record, and she's like, okay. I'm going in the car or something.
She knows what to say. Also, my thing is, like, you know, like you did mention, you know, black women are getting with white women. We forgot to mention, shout out to Samira Wiley, if y'all might remember her from Orange is the New Black, and Lauren Bolelli, her wife. But this whole conversation, sometimes I think it's just trivialized and fucked up. And I think every time we have one of these women talk like this shit, just like in Snowman in the Morning, they always take those clips and whatnot as a reference, a joke. Mrs. Z, you need to get that clip from Menace to Society. You know, the one with Bill Duke in the interrogation scene?
Yeah.
You know you don't fucked up.
You know you don't fucked up, right? Yep.
You know you don't fucked up.
All right, so I'm about to swerve real hard.
Go ahead.
Come on. Swerve real hard. Bruh,
swerve, baby.
Who is checking for, you know, any of these divestor chicks for real, bro?
Not me.
You know, and I actually wanted to bring some seriousness to this conversation too. I brought it up earlier, and I really mean it. Like, the fact that these people are like, I'm a straight black man. Why am I more worried about Edward Blum than these fucking women? Like, like, y'all are worried about what the hell Travis Kelce got going on with Taylor Swift. That's a white man doing white man things with a white woman. Instead of Edward Blum, the old white man coming after your shit.
Because they prioritize fuck shit.
Man.
And it's...
Can you repeat that for the niggas in the back?
Thank you.
Please.
It's biting them in the ass because, one, you look at people now. Even when I talk to somebody about Israel, and it was funny because it was a female friend talking to me of how horrible Israel is, and people forget about who I am and what I've done. I said I'm very desensitized to a lot of shit if you haven't noticed, and what people don't understand is when you've been through shit, you can predict when shit's gonna happen anyway. And black women historically have never ever had the opportunity to really gauge their men's intelligence because they don't think you have any.
Yeah.
And it fundamentally comes down is that they're trying to play everybody for a mark, but all you're doing is like validating everything that's been said about you. You're counting coins, literally. Scrooge McDuck isn't that damn bad. And you're counting up all these coins.
And that was a penny pincher if you ever didn't see one.
And it's like you're trying to get the bag. You're probably gonna do the whole submissive role, but as soon as he puts the ring on your finger, you change into an unholy demon. And this is your culture. This is not only your nature, but this is your culture. Not only are you naturally, biologically selfish, you're culturally selfish. So we're getting a double, if not triple whammy. And what it really instills in young men.
I'll say quadruple because then, Charles, also the current iteration of our socioeconomic positioning, right? Well, I said that wrong. The current position of our society starting 1977, 8-ish, right? With the Chicago boys, it also pushes the selfishness as a way of being. So I would say quadruple. Continue. I'm sorry.
And what it tells you is this: you don't really give a fuck about us, and of course it's obvious that we're just, like I said earlier, we're just a bunch of marks to them.
Yeah.
But you get mad when we call out your game. It's like you ever been on a street and the hustler gets mad that you calling out his hustle?
Yeah. Yep.
That's what they get mad about. They're not mad because other women make them look bad. They're mad because you calling out the hustle. Hey, you can't let this mark in on the game.
Yep.
And when you really think about it, these young men are on a different doctrine than a lot of men of yesteryear. Find them, fuck them, and flee them.
I think they really take for granted. I keep on coming back to the internet and social media because they don't understand. Like the young dudes are sharing information. Look, the conversation is no longer you and your 4 or 5 closest homeboys. The conversation is with niggas from LA to niggas in New York to niggas down here in South Florida to niggas in Dallas and Austin to niggas in Atlanta to niggas in Chicago to and quite frankly to niggas in London to niggas in wherever the hell in Canada. This conversation is
you got niggas on Mount Kilimanjaro saying this,
right. Like seriously though, and we're sharing this conversation, and I don't think women fully appreciate how much. And this is going right to what you said, Charles. How caught up young men under the age of 25 are now, and y'all still trying to play the same games. I'm not gonna say it's not gonna work, but it ain't gonna work like it used to.
They have had a one-sided argument for generations.
That's a fact.
You cannot underestimate the effect of the grandmama having one-sided arguments, the mama having one-sided arguments, the great-grandmama having one. You cannot eliminate the fact that this has been, like I say, for 50, 60 years, been a very one-sided argument where either black men had no voice at all, or the few who attempted to have a voice was quickly quelled.
Yes.
So they're not accustomed to actually having to engage in the debate, which is why very often when you attempt to have a debate with them, it gets very hostile. It gets very combative because they're not at all prepared mentally and emotionally to engage in a real debate. They're just not prepared for it. And so they rather ignore, let me go find the white man who will protect me from you, whatever I gotta do to not deal with the truth of what you're saying. Whatever I gotta do.
Sometimes I wonder if.
But PK, let Charles finish because Charles was gonna Black Uru did the elder plebeian on Charles. So
Y'all hold me back.
And Charles landed the PK. We gotta hold you back. Go ahead.
Know it's funny. One, there's no country for old men, so I'm gonna take you out your wheelchair and toss you off the cliff. And then 2, for the younger man, God damn it, I'm gonna have to kick him right in his knee. Learn how it feels to be 40, nigga. But anyway, it's the fact that
he ain't too far back. He's not too far back, Charles. He'll be here in a blink.
I know.
I'm approaching. He's not too far behind us.
On a serious note, here's the biggest part. It's not just about men connecting globally or through the interwebs.
Yep.
The biggest thing that women have not caught on to is that your slip is showing.
Yes.
You've exposed yourself. There's an old saying that I live by that my father told me when I was a wee lad. Never interrupt a fucking idiot making a mistake. You just let him keep on talking. Think about it. All you do is show up in horror culture. You want tats on your body? Think about it. You got Sexy Red with her bullshit sex tape.
Pause for the cause, Charles. When you said you keep on showing with her face was what popped up in my head. That's why it's funny you mentioned her, because I was like, I wonder if he's. And then you mentioned her. That's the face that popped up in my head when you said it. So go ahead.
Well, we gotta rename that chick, man. She ain't sexy nothing, bro. She just red.
She's Anthony Brian Logan, but anyway.
She not even red. No, you said she Anthony Brian Logan. She looked like what's his face? My nigga. What's his Rich Homie Quan? That's who she looked like to me. But go ahead.
Actually, yes, yeah.
And
she is not a good-looking woman.
Here's the part about it. Like, when you see them, do you see the elegance of a Felicia Rashad, or do you see a bitch that look like she's about to give you the best blowjob for like $25? I mean, think about it.
Do you see a streetwalker? Yeah.
I love a nice fig and a nice ass like another dude, but I could go through a dating app, and I bet you if she has 5 pictures, 3 of them she's holding her stomach probably because she needs to do a sit-up and to show her best assets. And it's crazy because you devalue yourself to either an ass, a vagina, and that's it. You don't talk about you're not even interesting. And I had to tell this to a lot of female friends. I said, I had to break it down to her. You do know that most women are uninteresting. Well, like, that's not true. I said, let me ask you this.
One of the realest shit statements I ever heard you say, Charles, and you said some. Man,
I told her, come back and call me in 3 days. Go ask all the hobbies of your girlfriends. She called me that 3rd day, and I rose out of my bed like Jesus Christ. And I knew it. I had a smile on my face. I smiled so damn hard, I almost damn near swallowed my ears. Charles, my friends are fucking boring. All they want to do is shop and eat.
Bruh, Charles, when I say, when I was out here in the scene, like literally that's all it is. It's like we were saying, trying to use whatever man for a mark. So you pretty much, and even the dudes, whether they're having sex with you or not, it is foodie calls, it is gossip about whatever entertainment shit going on, it's whatever in-group, they always have their friend circle, so whichever one of them they not talking to out of the friend group of 5 or 6 or 7, this shit is just replicated over and over and over again. The shit, it's fascinating. And when you say not like uninteresting, like I don't even know how to. There's no words to really describe how like very predictable a lot of this shit is. And I'm not saying that you don't meet certain brothers and you'll be like, okay, nigga, you just like the next dude. But for women, particularly at least for me, interacting with black women, it's sad how predictable and uninteresting they are. Like, and that goes for black straight women, black lesbian women, educated black women, non-college educated black women. It's like, bro, y'all literally the college educated black women, depending on where they rank in the mini classes we have in the black community, they're all super aspirational for the women on the top. Women's and right. You know why I said women's? Because somebody mentioned Buddy Roll earlier. I don't like men's no more. So that shit been stuck in my head for the past day. I don't like men's no more. Exactly. That's what was stuck in my head. So but yeah, so it's predictable. And the women further down, even if they're college educated, it's the same thing. It's just the regular CRV driving, going to my cubicle, coming back, telling you what's going on with work. It's so predictable, bro.
It's actually worse with the college educated women because they're supposed to be more interesting.
No, they're not.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
No, they're supposed to be.
No, you're right. No, you're right. That's the goal of if we are to take what university is supposed to mean, right? Expanding your mind, being open to new adventures, new ways of thinking, grappling with different concepts. If that's what they went to school for, that's a different conversation. but they went to school to brag. And let's be honest, university and college has largely been distilled down to getting you a piece of paper so you can make more money when you exit. Like that's what it's been boiled down to. Okay, fine. What
not.
black women, college black women, they're not more interesting. They have more debt.
Yeah,
They're just a walking bag of they're a walking bag of liability. That's all it is.
We gotta let PK go because we done filibuster. Remember, he was trying to go. Go ahead.
Fuck PK. Sorry, go ahead.
They were holding me back, man. Y'all see this, man? Look, listen, this is light nigga. This is the beige brigade fucking those niggas.
Not the waffle colored brothers.
No. Fuck the beige brigade.
Not the young motherfucker.
Fuck the beige brigade. It's all about Dark Gable in this bitch.
Dark Kent.
Dark Kent. Go ahead, PK.
Oh man, go ahead.
But I wouldn't know a whole lot about women, seeing as I'm a whole incel, quote unquote, right?
Right. Let everybody else critique the black manosphere. We're all a bunch of incels.
But women being uninteresting is mostly a consequence of them. Well, really, you're talking about a couple of issues that have cropped up, man, and you got a whole lot of shit going on with the culture where it's basically been filtered down and how you devolved almost. There are a bunch of words I could use there. I was thinking about which one and I was grabbing.
De-evolution, devolved, either way.
Yeah, yeah. But anyway, so you got a problem. You got a big issue because really what we got going on right now is acculturated prostitution. The whole culture essentially has prevailed and become the norm, the societal norm, not just for black people but for women in general. And so they know what tools to attract the opposite gender, but they don't know what tools are necessary to retain them. And so what happens is they use those tools and they get the outcomes associated with essentially getting sex, and they equivocate sex to relationship because that's just kind of how they perceive it. Now, this ends up filtering to us as they're shitty people. That's the way that we perceive it. But that's really what it is. But anyway, that's more to it. Anyway, so you run into an issue where essentially men are opting out on the whole because they see that women only value themselves for their sex and their sexuality, and that's all they're marketing in the modern context. How you convince women that their sexuality isn't going to get them into a long-term committed relationship when they perceive their value to be linked intrinsically, because it has been somewhat confirmed by the upper echelon of society that it is somewhat true. And so that has filtered down into the comments.
They don't want to learn long term. They don't want
real quick, Nema, let Black Uru and then Nema. Yeah. Say that again for me one more time, Black Uru.
They don't want long term relationships. Yeah. Everything about what they do says that they do not want a long term relationship. They want to learn long term commitment from you, a long term financial commitment from you, or some boom financial commitment. Either you serve as an annuity for them, ideally for 18 years or more, or some windfall of cash or home or property or etc. that they can claim from you as they leave. But they don't want a long-term commitment to any man. They don't. That's why the divorce rates are so high and so frequent and happen so soon. They don't want a long-term commitment, especially black women don't want long-term commitments from certainly not from black men. Certainly not from black men.
You're right, but I would also say, and this is just kind of expound on that, is that they're not exactly looking for a long-term commitment. What I should have said in place of that is they want the benefits of what typically comes along with long-term commitments. So they found a way to circumvent that process by virtue of the legal structures, but that only means that men are placed in a much more precarious position, and why I would advocate that men opt out. But I'm just an incel. What do I know, right?
Hysterical. Go name it before you go. And WPR1 says,
You don't get
remember
no
when remember the white woman, excuse me, remember the white men that the white man that went to all 50 states dating white women, and a lot of black women were upset and angry he didn't date black women too. Silly rabbit, BGS tax also. And yeah, we mentioned that earlier, and you're definitely right. And yeah, bro, the desperation is at an all-time high. Shout out to the older brother that said the rent too damn high. The desperation is at an all-time high. This shit is ridiculous. It's embarrassing. It's
Since
fucking
87, the rent's been
embarrassing.
high, nigga. What are you talking about?
Right, bro? It is
87.
Right. Say that again?
Hold on. By the way, so thank you, Pause Afro National, for the $2 holla. Pause for the cause. But I said
Pause for the cause.
the rent, like we said, the rent been going up.
Yeah.
Shit, it's been going up since Eddie Murphy mentioned that in Raw back in '87. What are you talking about?
You know what I'm saying?
But
The older brother, the older brother, he ran a whole campaign. Where was that? Was that where was he again? But yeah, the older brother, he ran a whole and that was the motto. The rent's too damn high. Somebody gonna say it in the comments. Too damn high.
Yeah. Anyway, by the way, BGS did disappear, like the Jedi that he is.
Poof.
But what I want to
right, and we got about 10 minutes, y'all. I forgot I'm home, and I forgot I don't work nights no more. So I'm like, oh goddamn, I gotta get ready for work in the morning. Oh yeah,
everybody. But anyway,
it's a good thing too,
anyway,
because you don't have to wear white gloves anymore.
Hysterical.
As I was saying,
Charles, don't you have some people to harass, Mr. Cop?
I already did that.
Right. Some teenagers to push over and stuff.
Mrs. Z should be putting on a box braid, a wig.
Okay, so it was New York. Thank you, Trell. It was New York 2014. Yeah, the rent's too damn high. Thank you, Trell. Thank you.
Wasn't that the same year we had that Dominican dude slap a chick in the subway train? That same year?
I want to say yes, and if you ever saw that video, you would see why. Right? Let's just say that if there was ever a warranted slap, that was it. Go ahead.
I remember, but anyway, we do have a references to what type of women they are. I mean, if anybody remembers the show Girlfriends, Jill Marie Jones' character, Tony, because she was married to a Jewish guy for a year. Remember what happened in that one? And remember how she was with him when they got married? Because that's what they're going to turn into every single time, because that's who they are.
Hey, watch this, Nema. Did she stay married to him?
No, within a year they got divorced. He moved to another, and they had an ugly custody battle because he relocated, because he went across the nation to New York. Secondly, regarding what I said this earlier in the comments, but you don't even read my comments anymore. Fuck you, that. But about the dude who went over the 50 states dating, nothing but white women.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that boy. He looked like a mediocre white guy from the Midwest. There was nothing special about him.
Because he was a mediocre white guy. Well, he had money. I mean, he had enough money to be traveling like that. I'm just saying. I don't know who at his age got enough money to travel to all 50 states. But there's that part.
He's probably one of those guys who's like rich in agriculture, some shit like that. Like
his family or something. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
But you look at him, he's groovy looking and whatnot, and like, and most of the women
didn't matter. What black women were saying, it's the thought that counts. By the way, I mean thought both ways. Right? Feeling. Pun intended. It's the thought that counts. And you didn't go to any state and date one of us. What are we, invisible? To most white men, yes. Black women, yes.
He could have made a stop in Atlanta.
Yeah.
He could have made a stop in Atlanta, right? Atlanta's in Georgia.
Right? Wait. So you went to Illinois and you didn't go to find a black woman in Chicago?
There's a black
city. So what are we, invisible?
Jackson, Mississippi is primarily black.
You went to Pennsylvania and you couldn't find a black woman in Pittsburgh or in Philly. Right. Or if you went to Dallas,
he went to Washington, D.C. and couldn't find a black woman.
Right?
You couldn't go to Arkansas. When you went to Arkansas, you couldn't find a black woman in Little Rock. You couldn't find one in Albuquerque. Went to New Mexico.
Yo, it's the and that's why I said, you imagine just flipping the characters and black men throwing a fit that a white woman went to all 50 states and dated none but white dudes, and we actually made like. we actually had people saying this. And what matter, we understand most of those women were young. We understand, yes, okay, fine, granted. The fact that they said anything at all, even you can't even find young black dudes that would say anything about a white woman that went to all 50 states and dated nothing but white dudes.
They don't care.
That's
We
my
don't
point.
care.
But what type of ownership do you understand how desperate it makes you look? And it makes black women and then by extension black men look? Y'all look weird.
Let me put it this way.
Well,
Let me
by the
give you
time
an
they
example.
realized it, people had already downloaded it and then started sharing it around.
Yep.
But so the original videos, you couldn't find it, but then they're like, oh, too late, we already got it.
Their mouths are writing checks their ass can't cash half the time. But anyway,
PK, this is a good point. Wait, real quick. PK says, bruh, some of these chicks are low key fem cells. Point? Exactly. Go ahead. Right, go ahead. Exactly. Wait, you said that should be some of their theme music? Go ahead, Neymar.
Yeah. Oh, I'm surprised I was let back in your chest after the shit I said about doggy style and everything. But
that was one of the. By the way, that I agree. I agree. By the way, I never thought of it that way, but after you said it, I was like,
it's a whole lot of words. I can go deeper if you want in another time. Okay.
Pause. Niggas talking about deeper into. Well, where's Cameron? Pause, son. Go ahead.
Don't go.
But I wanted to say,
exactly.
We can discuss that. There's more to that when you think. Anyway, there's more to that. I'll explain that later. But anyway.
Actually, but that was a for those of you that didn't catch it. Neymar went and kind of spoke on how doggy style is preferable for women because then she gets to not face you and then imagine she's getting piped
doggy
by the
style,
dude that she actually wants.
Cowgirl.
Yeah.
Reverse cowgirl. And some of them will try to have you, and some of them will rather come on you on their. Since you give them the pearl necklace.
Yeah.
Because they don't want you, none up and whatnot, because they think you're beneath it. But anyway, I'll get to that later.
Yeah.
Patrice O'Neal summed it up. If you all remember his half-hour special he did on Comedy Central, he had this joke where we addressed to women about, ladies, let's say your vag was destroyed in some type of accident, right?
Mm-hmm.
And for 3 months, I can't leave you just like that. And for 3 months, I got to stay with you, make sure you heal up and whatnot. And the doctor tells me you can no longer have vaginal sex. What do you do to keep your man beyond the 3 to 6 months he's going to be with you out of guilt? He was asking him, right? One of the girls and some of the women in the crowd were screaming, oral sex, okay, head, okay. One yelled anal sex, all right, ass, all right. And then he's just looking at it. He's holding his mic. He's just looking around. He's looking at the crowd. Look at the crowd. Ladies, you realize what's going on here, right? You understand what's going on here? I asked you a simple question. And you expect us to know your value beyond your sex, beyond, your vajayjay and whatnot. But you just classified yourselves in nothing more than a bunch of holes. Nobody said learn how to tell better jokes, how to play Xbox, or maybe bring a girl who's got a vajayjay. Only one. He mentioned that on a comedy album, in which he was in a club, and one chick said, "Get a pussy transplant," and he looked at her and said, "Okay, there's somebody who was paying attention."
Hysterical.
But understand, most women where the thought process is at. We talk about this all the time. I remember the Wyte MGTOW also mentioned this, and this is something I've understood with not just with women, but with certain types of people of a certain type of psychological disposition. Even if you're self-aware of what you are, you can't act beyond that.
Season Life is saying you're a little too far from your mic right now.
Wait, can you hear me now? Hang on.
Yeah.
I'm like closer to.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, it was the headset. It was the. I took out one of the Bluetooth ones. But should I repeat what I said?
No, we heard you just sound a little distant. But no, I mean, like, yeah, no, and that's
they can't elevate beyond their nature.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that we still have Corey Holcomb, but it would have been so great to have, Patrice O'Neal still here, because I look at them as like the New York version of the Chicago version, and the Chicago version of the New York version. Although I will say Patrice O'Neal was more articulate, and he's from Boston. I thought he was from New York. Either way,
he was from Boston, but. There's another brother. His brother from another mother, Dante Nero,
Yeah.
who was his co-host in Black Phillip, who had a show, who carried on in 2012 with his own podcast, originally called the Beige Phillip because he's light skinned. He's so light skinned, people think he's Puerto Rican.
Okay.
But he's kind of had to evolve in a way. But he has also taken shit. But Dante being Dante, not understanding other males' perspective, kind of took a shot at the manosphere, whatnot, because he calls it the blogosphere and whatnot. Took shots at some of the cats in there.
Yeah.
But
like Jason Black calling us the winosphere. Jason Black couldn't because at first he was trying to make it sound like we were a bunch of unaccomplished loser men, and then you got to realize that Dr. Thunder is here, and Dr. T is here, and Dr. Ron O'Neill is here, and Green Gorilla is here. Right? We got Black Uru here, right? We got a bunch of brothers. We got a bunch of six-figure brothers here. Oh yeah. So then you got to call us the whitosphere, right? We got KFC, we got military brothers here, retired military. It's really difficult to call it to insult us about what we haven't done when you have a whole lot of people that are very highly accomplished.
World in here.
Thank you. So it's real. So he had to. So now he's just got to call us the whitosphere and kind of sort of make it seem like we following behind white men. Even though, as BGS said like 3 years ago, that we're the cutting edge of this entire conversation. But yeah, go ahead.
Exactly.
You guys are just trying to be white men.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm surprised that Jason Black maintains any credibility at all amongst black men, particularly in the black manosphere. I mean, he don't engage in any real sort of evaluation of his positions. He just spout off a bunch of stuff, and there's no challenge, there's no debate, there's no deliberation at all of what he says. I don't have any. I've never subscribed or listened to him because I'm not interested in an endless one-sided debate. Nobody's that brilliant.
That's because
nobody's that knowledgeable where they're above reproach.
That's because he only debates fucking noodlehead women. He never debates.
And I'm not interested at all in listening to a dude who all he does is debate black females. That's beneath me, frankly. That's beneath my
his bread is buttered. When you think about it, Black Uru, when you think about it, sir, the way you describe it.
No, I know. Look, I don't begrudge what he's doing for his own personal reasons. Like I'm saying, I'm surprised that he maintains any sort of presence amongst deliberations in this particular environment.
But I think
because I think where his bread is buttered, sir.
No, his bread is buttered. Let me get to Charles. Go ahead. Let Charles go, and then I'm gonna go after Charles. Go ahead, Charles.
Speaks about Jason Black because they easily get exposed. Who gives a fuck about this? I mean, you debate a bunch of noodle-headed and fucking broads and a bunch of nonsensical niggas. When did you ever hear them actually win a debate with people that are worth debating? It's cute.
Like, this is the thing, though, for what Black Uru was saying and what you're saying, Charles. The thing with Jason Black, and I think why there are young black men in general, and even some black men from the black manosphere that listen to Jason. Number one, Jason ticks off the same box that Jordan Peterson ticks off. It's if you just lift yourself up by your bootstraps. Now, obviously, Jason is still black, so he will still acknowledge, obviously, the racism in the society and the anti-black. So that's the difference, right, between him and Jordan Peterson. But Jason Black ticks off that box of like, well, if you try to become the super ultra mega alpha man, right? And that's why I tag Jason oftentimes when I have these conversations, when I speak about the men that and by the way, if y'all need me to say it, I'll say it. When I refer to people that almost made it seem like you being a victim of white supremacy racism, it's kind of sort of your fault because you didn't rise high enough to make yourself impervious. I am talking about Jason.
Victim blaming?
Because there's been multiple times where Jason where there's mass killings of black people or whatever, and Jason walks real close to saying it kind of is sort of your fault, black people, because you didn't make yourself impervious to white supremacy because you didn't try to be super industrious, and then he'll imply or suggest some Claude Anderson stuff or whatever. Oh yeah, Jason has done that not just once, multiple times over the past decade or so.
I mean,
Anybody that doubts me,
let
yeah,
me
go ahead,
tell
go
you, some of these niggas, you swear motherfuckers supposed to be vulture mics or some shit, man.
Yeah.
When we supposed to just conquer, we're supposed to be superhuman Kryptonians, right? You know,
Yep.
5% of the population. We're supposed to fight off the white people, the Indians, everybody, the black women. We're supposed to, you know, have this endless tournament of gladiators where we just kill and destroy everybody,
Yeah.
remain on top, and then just conquer everything. I mean, it's just unbelievable. The insanity.
I mean, to be fair, you are worthy.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I look at, and when I look at, I just think, and remember, and I really, to me, when I listened to him one day, and he pretty much, he went through the withering details, and I got to give him that. He went through the withering details of how the economy is structured right now, how rigged the game is, how the rich white elite pretty much got this game sewn up, right? And he pretty much said, so my answer to y'all is get rich or die trying. And that was, I'm like, nigga, what? Like, just get rich or die trying, period. And like he said, mic drop. And I'm like, wow, okay. And like, this is not that long ago. This is within the past, like, I want to say year. This is within the past year or so. So this is not 5 years ago he said that. This is like within the past year. I'm like, oh, all right then. I mean, you know.
Mr. Z, you did Mr. Z, you know, you did check him because you did remind him, and you brought up the fact that he told him you brought up something he said. He said, if I start sounding like one of these
thank you. Yep.
If I start sounding like
finish that name. Go ahead.
If I start sounding like these ornery motherfuckers, that's when you should stop listening to me. I mean, there are cats in this. There are people that I used to listen to. I no longer listen to because there was something they said I no longer agree with, or I outgrew the teachings, because it was like it's like a James Brown used to say about all the cats that he took under his wing. I taught them everything that they know, but I didn't teach them everything that I know. Basically, I just got what I needed from them, or it's like my ancestors would say: take what you need, leave the rest. Learn what you can, leave everything else.
Yo, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I did say that, and because he did say that.
Yes.
The old niggas that he right, the old niggas that he rails against all the time, and he said, yo, if he said, and we're all subject to it, and I agree with him. We all can be bitten by this kind of old ornery, rambling, ornery, angry black man thing, and the pressures of being a black man in this society as you get older, right? Exactly, and I agree with him on that. But I'm like, yo, Jason, you have become that guy though, and if you haven't fully become that guy, or you're like an inch away, right? So like it, and I get it, right? So as a person that's aging, but like I said, I don't hear that from Black Uru though. I don't hear that. There's a lot of people that got Jason Black by years. I don't hear this kind of old, like, I think a bit of it is, I don't want to get too personal, but I think a bit of it is that, at least from what we know from Jason Black, and if he's telling the truth online, he's never been married. From my understanding, he doesn't have children. I think that also plays a role in why he sounds the way he does. Right?
Where's he from?
And Louisiana, from Shreveport.
He's a Shreveport.
Yeah. Right. And if his online persona is correct, like we're assuming that his online persona and what he said and what the little bit of information we've been able to glean is correct, right? And I don't really want to make this like the anti Jason Black show, but I do think, as a person who purports to care about these issues and Black uplift, I'm not going to say that he's not careful. I think sometimes our frustrations leak out, right?
It's easy to talk this rugged individualism shit if you haven't had a daughter who was born at 2 pounds and 13 ounces, or if you hadn't had to deal with colicky children, right? Or if you hadn't had to defend, your children from, the pit bull down the street.
Yeah.
or you had to be concerned about some niggas who moved across the street and the folks who live over there is okay, but their son or their grandson look like he owns some shit. I mean, it's easy to talk
Yeah.
this rugged individualism shit when you don't have to actually be concerned about somebody else.
No.
And somebody else don't have to depend on you.
But
It's easy to talk that rugged individualism
But
shit.
that's part of the reason why you're not a true man until you have responsibilities.
No, he says that you need to go at like real men go after responsibility. He said the stuff that yeah. He's on that. He said that.
It's people can talk a lot. It's like if I took you to the sport of wrestling, how much would you learn by watching compared to actually doing? You can't.
Good point.
There's a big thing about it where there's guys who are in their 50s and 60s who have no children, can't tell me a damn thing about fatherhood. I mean, when you gotta watch that kid come out the womb, and it dawns on you like, damn, I gotta take care of this motherfucker. I gotta lead this child to a better life than I had, regardless of what the life I was raised with. You see a bit of selfishness, and what happens is you see a lot of this underdeveloped masculinity. Oh, you could tie yourself to your bootstraps, knowing damn well what good is a bootstrap when you're fucking barefoot?
Shouts out to MLK, because remember, MLK addressed that in one of his last interviews about the whole pull yourself by bootstraps. He said, first of all, how do you expect me to pull myself by my bootstraps when I was bootless from the beginning? And as far as Black Rooster, do you remember the name H. Rap Brown?
Sure.
Do you remember he had an I remember he had the speech I go back to every once in a while. He talks about individualism versus collectivism. And he proved that how much the whole rugged individualism is a farce. And he also warns, and at the same time, of course, one of my favorite quotes from that is where he talks about black folks better be careful because white folks will co-opt anything. He even went as far as to say, listen, man, white folks will co-opt dog shit if it's to their white folks will co-opt dog shit if it's to their benefits. But the whole thing about rugged individuals is a fucking farce because nobody does it by himself. Hell, even I remember Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Will talked about trying to be a self-made man. Uncle Phil, he looked at him and said, that's the biggest bull I ever heard since I left the farm. Because that's somebody
let me
who
read
knew.
let me read this real quick. And Kevin Deal says, he says Kayla failed black women. So I did get right. Okay, Kevin Deal says Kayla failed black women years and no mixed baby. Yo, I said it. But
5 years.
like yeah. 5 yeah. Anyway, go ahead, Neema, and we're about to end out because I actually have to be to sleep.
You going home? You going back home to a cold plate? That's for sure. But,
man, I hate that. And it was warm earlier too.
Hysterical. What? No Busy Bone reference tonight? All right.
No.
That's my running gag. I mean, but it's just you hear all this stuff going around, talking this, that, and the third, I got to give shots out to General Tito when he did his parody of Jason Black, and he explained it was a parody. What he was trying to talk like this same thing, talk about building and stuff like that. Because you have to understand, some people get stuck in their ways. They start to become senile, get stuck in their ways. Black Guru here, for example, he's self-aware. He understands what's real and real, but he also understands the importance of staying in touch, to keep in touch with the times, keeping his finger on the pulse. Same thing with BGS. I mean, you've had so many wise men, so many intelligent men, great men, fatherly figures and fathers who understand what's important to stay in touch and keep up with the kids and understand what they're thinking, how they're thinking. That way you can continue to evolve. Because Albert Einstein once said, every day you learn something new. The day you stop learning is the day you begin to die. The day you stop learning is the day you begin to die, folks.
That's facts.
Too many people get stuck in their ways. Too many people get stubborn. I've seen this within my own tribe. This is why I had to distance myself from some of my own relatives or from within my own people, because I realized I love them. There's so much I can still learn from them. But right now, some of the lessons you're trying to give me, I'm not ready for them because the mindset and the way you've given it to me, it's not your fault. I understand who you are. I understand what you're about. But right now, it's not registering with me. And I got to go someplace else where I can learn better. I learned what I could from you, but I got to go somewhere else. If that means I have to go interacting with outsiders. Done.
Agreed. I don't know if you guys can hear me well, but I got to close out, y'all.
I hear you.
So let's end out. So love, peace, and chicken grease. We'll pause right there. Y'all have a great rest of y'all night. Go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. Yeah, thank you for coming up, Black Widow. Thank you very much, and thank you for inspiring the title. Right there.
Oh, by the
y'all
way,
have a great rest of y'all night. Go ahead.
One last thing. I just want to let everybody know and remind them every single time. All y'all motherfuckers ain't shit. God bless.
Oh yeah, we're Jermaine. Oh yeah, we're Jermaine. We're Jermaine. It's
speaking of Jermaine.
It's always Jermaine's fault.
Speaking of Jermaine, and this is a Miami reference. If they're gonna say it's my fault, I might as well be like Jimmy Butler at that press conference, looking like Jermaine, a cross between Jermaine Stewart and Dennis Rodman. It's gonna be Jermaine. If I'm gonna say it's my fault, I might as well look like that motherfucker.
Right.
Good night, folks.
All right, y'all. Y'all have a great rest of y'all night. Mr. Z out.